Well, hello, my YouTube fellas and gals. Okay. Let me get my phone and everything fixed. Oh, gotta get adjusted. Gotta get adjusted. I am late. Here we go. Hey, Crypt. I'm late getting here. My dog's upstairs going crazy because we're having a storm here. She hates storms. Hey, Haley. I've been trying to catch up, networking and all that happy stuff, and I haven't had a chance to get caught up yet. Hey, CDC. CDC loves asking questions. You're going to get a spanking, mister. Ugh. Hey, Metro. I just came out of a wonderful conversation with one of my first YouTuber people who followed my channel and I got to know. And we're having a really good conversation. I hated cutting that person off because he's very intelligent. He's fun to talk to. So, yeah, I rushed. I'm not prepared for tonight. This is how the page turned out once it dried, even though I smudged it a couple times. All of this dried up real nice from last week, and this was my train page dedicated to my dad. So tonight, I have no clue what to do. I was going to start on a new journal, but with this yard sale coming up, I didn't have time to coffee dye papers, and I really want to add coffee dyed papers to this particular journal, so I'm going to have to put it on hold. But look at the cover. This, I believe, was made by Patty Lang. When she had one of her sales, I had bought it off of hers, and it was supposed to be like this, I think. This was the cover, but I turned it inside out because I like the butterflies better because I'm a blue girl. So I believe this is going to be my next journal cover that we're going to play with. I haven't decided if I want to do a hidden signature or one that you guys can see, though. I'll have to think about it because I did a hidden signature with Gothica. So I might show you how to do one with a signature because I don't think I've done a signature journal on my channel yet for people that want to learn how to do one. And this is the other cover I have that came from Patty's channel. She took the book covers and painted them and distressed them. Look how pretty that ship is. I love sailing ships, pirate ships, whatever you want to call them, warships. I love this cover. I think they're both pretty. And I do have a ship book I started as an altar journal that I had been working on that I'll have to bring it down. I guess I could have brought down 2 of the journals that I have not completed yet, and I've been working on those too. I'm trying to finish up some that I've started that I haven't finished yet. 9th month anniversary. Well, look at you two. Yeah, we're getting storms right now. Doing pretty good. Oh, that's so sweet. I wish she would come on and craft. She would be a cute crafting channel. That would be awesome. And oh geez. Let me see what I got around me. What do I want to work on? These ones are done. I guess I could work some more in my glue book because I do like this book. This is what I got done in it so far. This is my very first glue book. And this here is cupcake holders. Isn't that cute? Hey, horror. And this was my birthday page from 2020. Love my horses and my butterflies. This, I love eyelash trim too. How are you doing, horror? Guys, give me a second. Ugh. Brownie, please. She's going to tear my door down, so just give me a second. My dog is petrified of storms. So hold on, I'm going to have to let her come down here with me. She drives me crazy. Give me a minute. I'm coming. Brownie, you're so wimpy. What's Mama going to do with you? You can't tear my door down, you silly girl. Come here. What is wrong with you? Are you scared? If you're scared, what? What? What's the matter with my baby? What? Mama one. Oh my goodness, Rome. What am I going to do with you? You having anxiety? She's having anxiety, people. She's like having a kid. What? Mommy's down here. You know I do my lives on Wednesdays. Oh my goodness. Alrighty. She's a scaredy cat. Come here, Road. Come here. What's the matter? It's so scared. It's you scared cat. Huh? It's you scared. Nobody's gonna get you. Well, what happened was, hey, Stacy. I'll tell you in a second. Catch my freaking breath. Hey, Sandy. Roni's being a big baby, Sandy. We're having a thunderstorm, so she had to come down here with me. We put 2 pens together outside, and that we let her roam in it for like an hour at a time. And my husband, when we first put it in, he didn't have it anchored as much as he thought he did. So what happened was, it was a beautiful day, kind of windy. So I put her outside and I went to take a nap. And here a storm came in I didn't know was coming. And her cage toppled over and it landed like sideways. And it scared her so bad because she was in it. Now she's petrified of thunderstorms. So that's the story behind it. Well, needless to say, he anchored it. And I told him it scared me to death because some kid come pounded on my door and she could have got hit. And it scares me because we live so close to the highway. So ever since then, she's petrified of thunderstorms. So that's why she's like she is. So I feel bad for her because anytime thunder, she's like on top of me. And we're talking 70-pound puppy. She squishes me. Every time we have that thunderstorm, she comes running for mama. So here was another page I did. She didn't get hurt, thank God, when that happened. But imagine how scary it was for her. So now she hates thunder. She thinks the house is going to roll over, I think, every time she hears a thunderstorm. My glue book is looking good. This was to the Disney princesses. I got a lot of that stuff off of Christina's sale. And a lot of this is random junk mail that I get in the mail for advertisements. I just cut stuff up. And then this was from an adult coloring book. This came from a used book that came into my bookstore. It's Footprints. So I got those to color yet. This was for Halloween 2020. And then this was random stickers that came from Arlene, one of her Happy Mails. And then this was Easter 2022. And then I did this in 2021. I love it because this book's all over the place. This is my garden. And then this is the secret garden. And then we have a faith page. And then we have Christmas. And then we have butterflies and all that garden stuff for 2022. I can't wait till this book is filled, but it's been fun. It really has been to work on this off and on from 2020 till now. So I still got time left, but it just goes to show that even if you don't journal every single day, you can do one like a glue book, which is kind of like a scrapbook. I see I got another spider on my ceiling. Oh my goodness. What should I name you? The new diva? You can hang up there as long as you're not above my head. We're good. You just stay in your corner and I'll stay in mine. Tell you, constant spiders down here. Living amongst my crafts. I killed a great big black spider last night. That thing was creepy in my living room. So I still have all these to do, but this has been fun. So what do we do tonight? What should we do for glue booking? Let me see. I don't think I have anything on rain. That would be kind of cool to do like a rainstorm glue page. But I have these bags, and what I do is I cut. Can't you tell? Yes, cussy cutting. There's words. There's pictures. What else do I have in here? Oh, that's a Halloween one. But I don't think I have anything to do a rain page. But that would be cool, though. Look at this. Isn't this cute? That's so cute. Wonder why rainstorms aren't published. Because it's a rainy day. We could have done a rainy page. That's pretty. Aw, look at the puppies. Hey, Denise. How is your day going? Look, we even have Flo from Progressive. I like Flo. Isn't she cute? Oh my goodness. I have all kinds of fun clippings. I don't have a printer attached to this laptop down here, I could have ran off some pictures. But okay, so since I'm winging it, let me see what we have on some other stuff here. Let's see, what can we do? We need a theme and roll with it. Give me a theme. What do you think we should do a page on? 2 glue pages on. Should we do scenic? Should we do animals? Should we do a farm theme? What should we do? Got to give Denise a hug. Got to live up to my hug-ho reputation. No themes. You're not going to give me a theme. You're going to make me choose. Let's see here. Come on, you're supposed to help me with ideas, people. Yep, with the H-O. A hug-o. That's what they used to call me on Yahoo, and then it came over to YouTube. She's a hug-ho. Okay, how about one on exotic, crazy ant-looking animals? Or something like that. We're going to do something freaky. Something different. I don't know if I have enough pictures, but we'll see. This animal looks kind of interesting. This is called a shrimp fish. It says sea moth and Eurygaseus draconius. I don't know. Shrimp fish sounds good to me. So we have a crazy looking creature. See how many crazy looking creatures I have in here. Yeah, I want to do a eventually. I need people to get off their lazy tushies because I want to do a thing here eventually where I'm going to pull out something and we're going to find a bunch of pictures and we can work on them together. And then when I open my Facebook page, if you have Facebook, you can post the pictures in there. I think stuff like that is fun. It's not going to be a challenge or anything that, you know, like that, where you feel like you have a deadline. It's going to be like, it's for fun. I'm going to come up with some ideas and it's going to be easy stuff that you can find in your junk mail and such. Well, this one's cute. That's not a funky animal, but look at that koala. It's playing peekaboo. What are you doing, Ron? You can go upstairs. Go upstairs, Missy. Where's my baby? Where's mommy baby? Lay down. Lay down. You're okay. Lay down. Lay down, Ron. Lay down. Lay down. Down. Down, Roan. Lay down. Lay down. Good girl. I can always tell when she gets real anxious because she's panting real hard. You okay, Missy? You know where your water dishes are. You can get a drink if you need one. My poor little puppy. She's scared. Oh, look at this. Oh, how cute. Oh, how cute. Is that a walrus? I don't know if that's a walrus or not, but look how cute the little spikies are for its face. That's a cute one to play with. So we're going to dig out some animals out of my funky bag. Oh, well, you'll have to tell me how that goes. Yeah, her anxiety level's up right now, poor thing. She really hates storms. It's funny because even when my hubby's home, she's all about daddy until storms come in and she's like, Mom, he saved me. Let's see here. I'm pulling out as fast as I can. This is cute. That's a Christmas one, though. It's a kitty cat. Christmas. No, this is an animal journal. This is my glue book. I'm just picking out random animals to do a couple pages because I didn't have anything planned for tonight except the journal, and I didn't have time to coffee dye my papers today or this week. I need to coffee dye some papers. So I'm just working in my glue book this evening, trying to find some random critters. Not sure what that is. Oh, there's a little cutie. We're just going to do randoms. Just a random couple pages. Let me see here. Have a lot of farm stuff in here. So let's start on this and see what else we can dig up. That's a funky looking fish. Pretty though. I like their faces. He looks like he's got toot. He's like, yeah, right. This reminds me of that Billy Bash fish that hangs on the wall and sings crazy tunes. Don't have a background page to stick up here. Well, this one's cute. I'm gonna have to cut him out or her, whichever. Let's see, we'll put this over here. Cut this out. See who can guess what this is first when I show it. I'm going to see how smart you people are with babies. Okay, take a good look at it. What is this a baby of? Let's see who can guess. What is it? First person to put it in the chat room or the live stream could win a prize. What is it? Nope. Keep the guesses coming. What is it? What is that a baby of? Nope. Nobody's guessed it yet. Gotta be specific. It's not an owl. What is it? You guys do not know what this is a baby of, really? Come on. How could you not know what this is? Come on, anybody can guess. The first person that guesses, I will send you $10 to your PayPal. I'll put the pressure on. Nobody's guessed it yet. Still waiting. Okay, let me glue these in. Ding, ding, ding! Vintage hippie! Woohoo! She got it! It's a baby eagle! Look how cute that baby is. You don't know what a baby eagle looks like? They look like little fuzzy white balls of fluff. That's a baby eagle, people. Look at them eyeballs and that beak. Yep. It's a baby eagle. So hold on. There you go, Denise. You won a prize. You know, I might start doing this every once in a while on my channel because I like giving prizes. I haven't done a giveaway in so long, I miss it. So let's see here. Hold on. I'll do what I want. It's my giveaway. Be quiet over there, Denise. Oh, friggin' PayPal, stop it. Hey, everybody could use money at this point in time, whether it's gas, money, or something. So, yeah, buy yourself something nice. Put some gas in your tank. Yep. Too late. It's already sent. There. I sent it. I have your PayPal, so you get a tip. And this is fun because this is another way that you can tip channels that are not monetized. Is that you can have games and you can do stuff like this because I like doing tips for channels when I have the money. As a matter of fact, I sent out 2 super sticker chats this week to people who are on YouTube. When I have the extra money, I don't mind it. So, yes, take it and like it, woman, because I'm sharing. That's like me. I have my Cash App and all that in my About section. I've had people tip my channel sometimes. It's cool when people do that. It makes you feel good. So, and that you have a good reason to be here too, just besides having fun. We can help each other out as a community. So there you go, Denise. Put $10 of gas in your tank and go shopping at the dollar. What is it, the $1.50 tree or the $1.25 tree? I heard that they raised their prices to a dollar. We'll leave this here. $1.50 now in some places. I haven't been to my Dollar Tree in a while, so I don't know. The last time I was there, everything was still $1, but it could have went up by now because I know it was supposed to be $1.25. You're welcome. You guessed it. And another person likes to do that randomly too. Is I really like her is One Busy Mama. We had so much fun around Christmas because she would play like or tell about a song and then you had to guess what it was or how it originated. I won $10 on her channel. I was like, woot woot. But as a community, I feel like this is a way we can help each other. Times are going to get tough. Does not looking good. So it's nice to do giveaways like that. It's fun. I've been trying to think of a type of game that like nobody's done yet. And if I ever decided to get monetized, which I'm not looking at that right now, even though my family and some of my friends are like, oh, come on, try it. I don't want to be censored. So that's the reason why I don't want to be monetized. But if I would in the future, I would use some of that money to do some kind of prizes because I feel that the people that build your channel, why not reward them? The people that stick around, the people that come to your live streams, the people that come visit your comment section. I think it's good to give back into your community. And that's one of the things I love about what Ty said channel does. I love Ty. I just love Ty. She's just an awesome person. And she hasn't done them in a while because I know her life's been busy, but she'll do Sunday fun days. And what she does on her channel is she'll have you go look up videos of songs and then she gives away like $10 gift cards and you can pick. She usually has like Sally's, the Dollar Tree, some businesses we don't have here. That's why she has such a variety and she puts them in a jug and then she'll tell you what she has. And then if you win, she puts everybody's name on a wheel too. And she gives away prizes to the people who join her channel. She'll do one for her joined people. She does a giveaway. And then because they pay a monthly fee, then she does everybody in another drawing, whether, you've joined her channel or not. She just appreciates people that share her out, comes visits, comes comments. She just appreciates everything a person does to keep her channel motivated. And she does $10 giveaways like that. I think it's so cool that she does that and she shares it with people. So you have a lot of people that are very giving because, she's monetized. So she wants to use some of the monetization to reward her people. So I think it's cool. when people do stuff like that. I think it's a lot of fun. You just need a back rub, Sandy. You sound like my hubby when he comes home from work every night, especially his lower back. We're going to put that cutie patootie right there. I really wanted to paint some of these pages, but it takes forever for the paint to dry, so I wouldn't be able to do any gluing. But that's something that will be coming up in the future. Is I ordered specific books off of a specific seller. Hint, 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 Denise. And I'm going to take and turn one of them into a mixed media. I'm going to choose which one of those planners that comes in, and I'm going to paint in them and then let them, the pages dry. But I'll do some painting while we're online and then set them aside and work on something else while those dry. And I'm going to turn it into a mixed media book. One of them. I think that'll be fun because I want everybody to have a different variety of seeing how journals can be done on here, that it doesn't just have to be written in books. You can do glue books, you can do mixed media books, you can do signature books, and I want you to see all the ways that we can utilize books, especially if you have a book that's falling apart and you like the cover. You can turn it into something that you can keep. Laura! There's our Laura. I told my hubby when things they ever get back to normal, if we ever have normal gas prices and stuff again, Laura, we do. I think it would be so much fun to have a crafting retreat together. That would be so much fun to plan. And whoever has the place for the crafting retreat, Laura, hint, 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 she's got a pretty house out in the country with her little bitch barn. That we can have a crafting retreat at Laura's, and you'll have to let us know what store's close to it, and that we could just bring our own groceries and stuff. And there you go. Country retreat party. Laura's got the place. We just need to get to it. Oh my gosh, me and you and Denise, and who else wants to come? Yes, that would be so much fun. We get to go pick on Laura. Hey, I love the country. That would be such fun. Having a country crafting retreat. Oh, I told my husband, all I can say is you better find something you can do there too if you plan on coming with me. We can send the husbands out doing something else so we can have our retreat. Because I know if I go on vacation, he's going to want me. I got to come and bring Roni. So I'll leave him with the dog. I told him it's why we need a camper. I'll leave him and the dog in the camper park somewhere, and then we can come to your house. That would be fun. I would love to have a camper. Oh. I would be singing, hit the road, Jack. So I could just take off. Shoot guns. Yeehaw! I haven't shot a gun in a while. I remember I started when I was like 13. My brother had a 12 gauge. And he had a thing down the yard hooked to a tree. He had this great big target. And we used to sit at the picnic table and practice. That was fun. I need another animal over here. Peach. We need a peach tree. Or a pear tree. Oh, I love pears. I think pears are so good. I like putting them in nice in a bowl and just letting them get so cold. We've been talking about putting some fruit trees in our yard. We want to get a cashew tree, and I love walnuts. I cannot say I don't like nuts, only walnuts. I'm not a nut person though, but my husband loves cashews. I like walnuts. And I want to put some raspberry bushes in, black raspberry bushes and or blackberry and blueberry because I want to make some jelly. So we're looking to plant some stuff in our yard to help us through the rough times. I'm a picky food eater. Very picky. I don't do pecans. I don't there's a lot of stuff I don't eat. My mother, she used to eat all that kind of stuff and she likes almond joys. I hate coconut. Ooh, just not my thing. I'm a very, very picky person when it comes to my foods. I do love watermelon though. Oh, I love watermelons in the summer when it's hot. My dad, we would go out and mow the grass and he would have great big watermelons and we would cut it in half and eat on those while we were out in the heat. Oh, they were so good. And what else? I'm not a cantaloupe person. I cannot stand the taste of cantaloupe. Ugh. My husband likes that stuff though, but ugh. I don't like Jello. I don't like the wiggly texture. Oh, I can't stand Jello. And I don't do cranberries. I mean, cranberries probably wouldn't be bad mixed with something, but they're just not my thing. Like I said, I'm a very picky person on foods. That's why usually when I go somewhere, I just pick up my own food. That way people don't have to worry about buying for my picky eating. My husband likes peas and lima beans. Ugh, I don't like any of that stuff. The only time I get that stuff is that if it's in vegetable soup. That's the only time I really get all my vegetables. But I don't like them separate. I'm a picky, picky, picky Tammy. But I do like shrimp. I like lobster. Like steak. The only time I like the flavor of coconuts is if it's in a pina colada. But I don't like shredded coconut. Bonnie, where have you been? I've been thinking about you the past few days. I've been like networking and been busy getting a yard sale ready. And I see your name every so often. I'm like, damn it, I got to get to her channel. And then something else pops up, and I just have not had a chance to come over and visit your channel, Missy. Bonnie does really cute items for journals. Oh, she does a lot of homemade things that she puts in her journals that are really cute. I'm starting to see 19% males are starting to come visit my channel. That was good to see in my analytics. I never usually check my analytics. I used to have the United States views first, and then I had a small percent of Australian views, which I don't have my Aussie views anymore. And now it's the United States, and right underneath of it, I'm getting Philippine viewers from the Philippines, which is really nice. I've met a lot of cool people from the Philippines in the past week or so. So that's been cool. But when you look at your analytics, I have YouTube Studio app on my phone. It's really interesting the things it shows. Let me see if I can show you. This is why I like using my phone, because I can carry it with me everywhere I go. Let me go over here. So this is what the YouTube Studio app looks like. And when you click it open, I never really looked at them until I come on here, because you can go in your studio on a computer too. It shows how many subscribers you have exactly. 2,699. It was 2,700. What is it with you people unsubscribing? And then you go down through here and you get graded. I'm always at a C. I get a C. And you can go here and hit view more. And then it shows you an overview. And then it shows you your content, where you spike when people are watching you. Like how viewers find your videos. YouTube search is up to 28.8, which means people look for my channel. That's so cool. And then you go here to your audience, and this is who you see. Okay, the age bracket that I have is 30. It's between 25 and 34 years old at 31%. And the people who view my channel between 55 and 64 is 69%. Then when you scroll down, see the males. You're at 19%. You're outnumbered by the women, people. You men better get busy and start visiting us females. And I have female audience of 81%. And then down here tells you which states. Not states, which countries, duh. So I have United States first, Philippines second, and Hong Kong's coming in. And when you go down, it tells you who's watching you not subscribed and who's watching you that is subscribed to your channel. But it gives you the countries. Isn't that cool? Yeah, isn't that nice? And then when you click on that, it should pull up all the countries. Yeah, I don't it says the last 28 days. Okay, when I put lifetime on that, this is what I got on lifetime views since I started my channel. Come on, focus. I had United States, Canada, Russia, Philippines, and United Kingdom. Where's Australia? Australia was on there for a little bit, then it dropped off. So that's how you work your analytics. It's interesting, though. I've been in here looking around and thinking, wow, because I never really paid attention to this stuff before. My channel got 1,246 views in the last 28 days. I don't know if that's good or bad. I don't know. But it is fun looking at this stuff. I'm like, this is pretty cool. But my goal is to reach my 3,000 subscribers. I'm working on my 3K. And when I get there, I'm going to do a giveaway. I like doing giveaways because I enjoy them. It's not for bribing purposes. It's for fun. CDC. But it is interesting though who you draw to your channel. I find that really interesting to see. I was like, wow, this is cool. Because I didn't always have that app on my phone. But when I learn something, I like to share. And for people who are hitting hard times, let me get her channel in here. This is a channel I've been watching and sharing with people because I just think this woman is a riot. I've been posting her on my Facebook page too. Her name is Patera, something like that. She's got a different name. And if you do not know this channel and you want to learn how to can foods and listen to a woman that has an attitude that's even better than mine, she definitely does not sugarcoat. She tells it like it is. That's why I like her. And she's teaching newbies how to can. She's learning herself on some things, and she's showing people how to survive and how her husband started out where they cleared out their debts. They bought a small farm, and she is hysterical. And I love Tennessee. I've been there on vacation. I told my husband if I ever moved, that would be the first state I would pick to leave West Virginia for, because it reminds me a lot of here. West Virginia and Tennessee remind me a lot of each other, especially if you get in the mountain area of West Virginia. It's just incredible how much those states are alike. And I love when I went there on vacation, we had the best time. And she's out of Tennessee, and let me tell you, she's a riot, to say the least. So when you leave my live tonight, go check out that link, save it to your favorites or save it somewhere. You got to see her do this. And the way she does her canning is hysterical. I loved it when she held the ring up for the canner, for the jar. And she says, you know how they say, you put a ring on it. It's her analogies whenever she's teaching you something. I just think she's a riot. She's got a lot of humor, and she teaches you good things. You can tell she comes from a good heart. And I really love her channel. I really do. I don't even remember how I found her. I don't know. She showed up in a thumbnail, maybe. Nobody recommended this channel to me, and I'm so glad I found her. And she will address the drama. She doesn't hide from it. She faces the drama head on the way YouTubers should. Oh, she's awesome. She is. She is. She's so funny, Denise. I was watching her and laughing. And it's like, and she's had people come at her as drama, and she handles it. She doesn't have any mods to help her either. Somebody told her in one of her live streams she needed a mod. She says, for what? She handles her crap herself. But it's just funny. The way she handles everything's absolutely hysterical, because as fast as her stream moves, that's what I think is funny, is like we'll go into some of the live streams where crafters are selling stuff, and they're like, it's moving so fast, I can't keep up. I'm thinking, really? You've only got like 10 people typing in here, and you think this is fast? You have no clue. Go hit her channel and somebody that's in the millions, and then you tell me about a fast moving live stream. Her live stream moves fast, and that woman still catches people doing bad things in it. She addressed one of the people as soon as it happened. And she told him like it was. It's my channel. This is how I deal with it. Go play. She's hysterical. She doesn't do it in a mean way. She doesn't cuss people. She just tells people like it is. And that's why I love her channel so much, because she doesn't ignore stuff. You know, you'll have YouTubers that are, oh, I just ignore the drama, or I don't deal with the drama. Well, if you don't, then you're not going to have tough skin on here, because you got to address it. And I love how she addresses it. I just think she's a riot all the way around. Because drama's going to happen. Because no matter what you do in life, there's always good and evil. It doesn't matter where you're at. You can go to church every Sunday and still run into hypocrites and evil people. It's all on how you address it. And she addressed it very well. She had me rolling. I don't hide from the drama. And it depends on what it is. Some things I let slide, some things I don't. But it all depends on if I feel that it needs addressed. And when I feel that it needs addressed, you'll see some cute puppet shows because that's how I address it. That's my idea. I'll try to bring humor into it as much as I can. And like she says, you don't like what I have to say? Unsubscribe and leave. There's no point in staying on a channel if you don't like what they have to say. Yeah, he's always talking to me. Yeah, you can drop your channels in here. You don't even have to ask. You guys are always welcome to drop your links in my stream. I believe in networking. I believe in networking the proper way. I think that you need to go check out their contents and see if you like their content, subscribe to their channel. And if you don't, you don't. And I feel the same way about mine. People don't like my content. They don't like what I have to say. There's that little red button up there. You can just unhit it. It goes both ways. What I've been doing here lately is I've been going to my subscribers on YouTube through my computer, and I've been visiting channels that I didn't even know were following me. I'm like, wow. I hit lifetime and I can't believe these people. I was like, I never even met you and you've been following my channel. So I've been trying to go in and visit them. The only thing that I wish YouTube would do away with, and this is just my personal preference, is I don't think they should have a thing called privacy settings. I think when you're on Facebook, I understand why people have privacy because they're sharing pictures of their family with friends and things like that that are long distance. But let's face it, YouTube is not Facebook. YouTube is a globally reached kind of TV series. So why would you have that set on private? You don't go to your TV and see Criminal Minds set to private. So why are people doing it on YouTube? I don't understand that feature for YouTube. You know, because you you see music videos, you see do-it-yourself channels. I don't understand that at all. I think that the privacy settings should be done away. That way lurkers can't get away with stuff. And I think they should show who subscribes and unsubscribes from your channel. I don't think none of that should be set to privacy. Because I've seen people build up a following. They'll subscribe to a bunch of channels and then they unsubscribe to all of them, but like 5 people, and you can't tell because they have it set to private. But I know people who do it. They'll say because they're trying to get numbers, and that's their way of hiding from you that they're not subscribed to your channel. They want you to subscribe to them, but they don't want to subscribe to you back. So they have that feature to hide from it. And I don't like that. I mean, realistically, I follow some channels that don't follow me because, you know, everybody's not into my content. I'm not going to follow people that just follow me, but I want to know who's following me even when they're set to private, because that's a good way to stalk somebody. I know there was a girl on here in the makeup community, and this is a true story, and she did prove it. Every time she would have a video on her makeup, and she would say certain things, this bigger YouTuber would repeat what she just said. And she says, now I know this person's watching me. And people kept telling her she was crazy. And she says, no, he might be a bigger YouTuber, but he's watching my channel. And you go watch some of the things he says because it's right after I have a video and I say it. Come to find out, that bigger YouTuber was set to private and following her channel, but he admitted it. He came out and said that, yes, he was following her channel and yes, he was saying that. But if he wouldn't have admitted it, people would have thought she was crazy. And she wasn't crazy. She was telling the truth. And at least this way, without the privacy, she could prove he was watching her. That's what I mean. You don't know who's stalking your channel. You have no clue. I don't watch just crafty channels, Bonnie. I don't have mine set to private. I have mine on public so people can see who I follow. And all you got to do is go over, you go to a person's channel and you click my name. Then once you pull up the top pieces where it says videos and playlists, you go over to community, you scroll where it says channels. You click on channels, you can see everybody I follow. And when a person's got that set to private, you can't see any of that. But I want people to know who I follow, and I want people to know that I'm following them. And I will not do a giveaway to somebody that's not showing on my channel because it proves you're there. So sometimes they'll, set it to unprivate through a giveaway and then they set it back to private after the giveaway is done. And I'm okay with that too. But I want to make sure that they're a supporter before they win something. CDC. Yep, Laura, you can. You go into your computer on your down at the bottom on your computer when you go into your YouTube studio. It'll show your subscribers, but you have a drop down list up on the right hand side. It'll be the last 28 days. You have to drop it down and then hit lifetime. And I will see who's been following my channel since 2017. Now, YouTube sometimes will unsubscribe people and they have to resubscribe. The resubscribers could have been an old follower, but now their date has changed because they were unsubscribed and had to resubscribe. So they might show as a newer person, but they really were following you all along. That's the only thing I hate when YouTube unsubscribes people from my channel because then it messes up the years they started following me. Yep, that's me too. That's me too, Bonnie. I'm the same way. I don't care who follows me either. I like being an influence, like a good one. Like I was in yeah, but the people who don't have blue can't do the go-to channel. You have to be a moderator, Denise, to be able to go to the person's channel. So that's why I say not everybody's a moderator that comes into my streams or comes and rewatches them. So if people want to drop their channels, they can put it in here so that watchers that come back later can find your channel. Yeah, that seems to that works too, Bonnie. That happens too. I've had to unsubscribe and resubscribe to a channel for that same reason. That's just like Viv last night. I mod for her channel. I never got the notification last night that she was even live. I saw it after her video posted after her live was. I was like, you got to be freaking kidding me. I missed her whole live stream last night because I didn't see it pop up. I hate when that happens. And I mod for her. And one night I was modding for TPG. And the next day I was unsubscribed from his channel. And I'm like, what? I just modded for him last night. YouTube is terrible about unmodding. So most of the times when I'm in a stream, I will check to make sure I'm still subscribed to channels too. Like if a person comes to my comment section, I'm always going to their channel as soon as I read what they have to say to make sure that I'm still subscribed to them. Or sometimes I'll click into a channel and it'll say red. And I'm like, what the heck? And then I'll click in the video. It shows I'm subscribed, but it doesn't show on their main channel. That's weird too. Hey, Jen. How are you? See, like Jen, how she's in black. She can't click on you, Denise, and go to your channel. She has to type your name in. because she doesn't have blue. So that's what I mean. If people drop their links in, people can come back and find what channels they're in. Because I do believe in networking. I believe in getting your channels out there. And I even tell people I'm a crafting community type of channel. I'm a variety channel. Sometimes I do unboxings. I could do a review. You just never know what I'm going to do on my channel. You just never know. Right now, I've been doing Sunny Fun Time Mails. I'm building up that playlist. But then I'll be going back to books soon. Oh, see, I don't use tablets. So I don't know anything about tablets here. So this is Vintage Hippie, Denise's channel. And another thing a person has to be careful of is, here, let me get this in here first. Sometimes if you post your own link too many times, this is just a tip. YouTube doesn't like it when you promote your own channel for some reason. So most of the time when I go into a stream where they're promoting, I let somebody else promote my channel for me. Because if they see you doing it, you can actually lose subscribers. And I don't know if people know this, but it's true. So I have somebody else put my link in and I do their link. And then I'll do everybody else's. You're welcome. Hey, Michelle. It's just you learn as you go along in YouTube. You know, that's just like some people, you're right. They do have too many rules on here and certain channels. Like I've been in channels where they say, don't spam emojis. And I'm like, really? I'm an emoji queen. Okay. So if I'm coming into your live stream and you're telling me no use emojis, this is what I have to say. Bye-bye. Because I am not coming back. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I will not come back to your stream. Because that is a preference. If YouTube did not want you to use emojis, they wouldn't create emojis. And don't be a smart ass, college. If I come to your live stream, you tell me not to use emojis. Because I like emojis. You can use as many emojis as you want to in my stream. You could spam the shit out of my stream and I'm not going to care. Because I like emojis. I think the smiley faces are so stinking cute. And when I go to a stream, they'll tell me, well, YouTube says it's spam. Well, that's your opinion. I have never gotten an email about emojis from YouTube since I've been here in 2017. Never. If you don't like emojis on your stream, then just tell people you don't like emojis, but don't use it as an excuse that it's spam. There you go, Denise. Spam away. But it kills me when people do that. It's like, bye-bye. See you later. My rules are you're allowed to cuss, just don't fight with each other. And my rules are easy. If somebody comes in here and they start picking on me and they start calling me fat, just don't ignore them right away because I like to play with my food before I eat it. So sometimes I like it when people come in and they start making fun of me. Like I've had this happen in Yahoo chat too. This guy came in, he says, you're too old to be here. You know, this is the younger generation running their choppers. And I said, really? If it wasn't for, how old's Bill Gates? Hello? If it wasn't for my age generation, your ass wouldn't even be here. So don't come at me telling me that I'm too old to be here. If you don't like it, leave. Or they'll say, you're so fat, or I was like, that's the best you have. Next you're going to have is your mama jokes. I've seen it all. I've been here since 2001. And it's just hysterical what some of these people come up with. They're so childish. And I just laugh because I think they're funny. So it depends on what they say. You know, if somebody comes in here attacking another person, yeah, get rid of it. But if somebody comes in here and starts on me, just let me have a little fun with them first. Because I like to pick back. And I will admit it. I won't start the drama, but damn it, I'll finish it. That's my philosophy. But I do think it's fun to pick back sometimes. I think it's hysterical because sometimes your haters are funny. I mean, I think they're hysterical. And if you go watch behind the scenes on what was it? Married with Children. Do you know that they almost canceled Married with Children, but it was actually the hate mails that kept the show going? It was the haters that actually made that show popular in one of the seasons, and I thought that was funny. I never realized that until I watched a video on it. Yes, my puppets. I like my puppets. But all I can say is, you know, there's a time to forgive and get past certain things, and then there's a time that you can just love from a distance. There's a time that people can just do such crude and rude things that you're like, you just stay over there and I'll stay over here and I'll forgive you from a distance, but you're not welcome back in my life. And sometimes you just got to do those things. Just stay in your lane. I believe in forgiveness. It just depends on what for. Puppets. Michelle. Okay. Hold on. Just give me a second. If you didn't get to see the puppets, hold on a minute. Hey, I had to work hard on this to figure out how to do it. If you didn't see the puppet video, when you have free time and all you want to do is just craft and listen, go to my live stream with the puppet show. There's the link. Save it to your favorites. And when you get the chance, just listen. And then you can tell me what you feel about the whole picture. I like feedback. Feedback's good. I can take constructive criticism to an extent. As long as you're not rude giving it, I'm good. But I have no regrets about that. I will not take that back. They will sit there and it will live on my YouTube channel because I don't regret what was said or done on that stream. So if anybody thinks they're going to get an apology out of me, you better think again because it's not happening. I would do it all over again. Sometimes you can have, you know, do a video and then think, oh my God, I really regret doing that because I do not regret that because it is definitely fighting for the underdogs. And that's just how I feel about that puppet show. It's not about the people who were involved. It's about any scenario that comes up that looks like what I saw. So don't take that wrong either. Because some people are thinking, oh, that person, and it wasn't just about that person. Anytime I see somebody being done wrong or bullied, don't think my ass ain't stepping in the middle of that shit. I bartended. I had a ball bat. And there was times I had to stand between two drunks who were fighting. And let me tell you, you got to learn to make peace. If you don't learn to make peace between two people fighting over stupid shit, then there's something wrong with this society. Sometimes you have to stick your nose in it. I don't care what anybody says. And I see too many times where a domestic violence would be happening. People, I don't want involved in it. I don't want involved. By God, I will. I'll call the cops. I don't have a problem saving somebody's life, you know? And that's what a lot of the complaint is now with what's going on in the Texas shooting is they did nothing. They sat on their asses. When you give your life to serve and protect, that's what your job should be, then your ass should be doing it. If you don't want to serve and protect, then you're in the wrong line of duty. So I can understand why people are angry. You don't see our military men friggin' hesitating. When they get stuck in the middle of a minefield, they get right out there and do their job. They do their shit to protect their country. And those kids were not protected. I understand the anger in that community. I would be pissed off too. And I will talk about these subjects. I don't care if YouTube gets pissed off at me or not. My generation was taught that when you did something wrong, you threw a baseball through somebody's window, then you worked your butt off to fix that damn window. I was raised in a generation where if you saw a kid getting his shit beat out of him, you stood up and protected that kid. I was raised to stand up for what I believe in. And that's the problem with today is there's too many damn wimps being raised. And I get angry. That's one subject I very get angry. There's Uber. Hey, Uber. And she knows what I mean. And if you don't know who Uber is, you have got to know Uber. Let me get her channel in here. Uber is such an awesome channel. I have been following her for a very long time. She's in one of the best communities that I ever started in. And when you go visit her, she's another one. She will tell it like it is. And you're welcome. She's a lovely lady. She covers a lot of missing children. She stands up for the truth. She's got a very good community that backs her on finding missing children and things like that. Oh, her channel's amazing. I love your channel, Uber. I've always loved your channel. And you got to go check her out. She also has a channel she does on DLive. And, you know, people that have the DLive app, you can go follow her there too. But she's an amazing woman. She has reached out to so many people in the community, families who've been hurting in Christmas time. She has helped with Amazon wish lists for these families. Oh, yeah. She's a good-hearted person that does a lot for the YouTube community. Yay! I hope so, because we need you on YouTube too, woman. YouTube is a global platform that reaches a lot of people. So yes, there are so many people that is involved very strongly in the community with real things going on. And she is one of those people for sure. You have a lot of people that look up to you, Uber. And she also has her own story to share with you. She has had her own life struggles, and I will leave that to her channel. But she has been through a lot in her life. Uber has. And she's one of my heroes because I know what it's like to see people go through certain things in life, you know. I lost a grandmother to cancer and helped take care of her when she was going through it and, you know, all the different things. And I really miss her. I wish I had my grandparents back, especially now in these times, to share a lot of, you know, just gardening skills and skills that they had to help us through it. Well, that's because you mean so much. You really do. If you only knew the people that even probably lurk on your channel, Uber, and they learn so much. You don't know how many times you've had me crying on your channel, woman. I'll be sitting over here in the corner with my palette tissues, like, listen to her talk about this missing kid. And try not to get choked up. It's something. If you can watch Uber when she's at her deepest best and not shed a tear, there's something wrong with you people. Because she will. She gets people fired up. She gets people really digging into their heartstrings. I'm telling you. I can only imagine, but it's true. Especially when you were doing the story about the girls who were coming up missing in that one community, where you had the white vans. Let me think of what the story was. There was a white van parked outside of buildings, and they were taking women and raping them, and they're getting away with it. I know you know what story I'm talking about. And she went really deep on this because that is a deep subject because there was no policing to help these people. And it's like, I'm telling you, it reaches home when you want to be able to help people when you can't because they're in areas you don't live, and it's very touching stories she shares. um of what's going on in the world, and we don't even get to see some of this stuff. No, you are not just a grumpy old lady. You got one of the biggest hearts I've seen on YouTube. And she's got a great set of people that back her. Let me tell you, I really think a lot of Lady Swan and Ghost Mafia. I mean, you got a very, very strong crew of really good-hearted people, and they don't live far from me. I have not got to meet Lady Swan yet. She's hinted many times. When my dad was in the hospital having heart surgery, I was really close to where they live. So, yeah, I told her, I said, maybe one of these days we'll have to plan a meetup because I really like Lady Swan and Ghost Mafia. They'd be fun to meet in person. They're down the river from me. I haven't met anybody from YouTube yet. I did meet people from Yahoo Chat back in the day, but I haven't met no one from YouTube in person yet. But it'll be fun when it happens. Right now with gas prices, it's rough to really get anywhere, but I have another person I want to meet she's only like, I forget how many hours away from me, is Michelle Scott. I would love to meet her in person too. She's a crafter and she lives not far from me too. Llama Monster, he lives down the river from me too. He would be a little bit of a travel, but he's a nice guy too. Michelle. That's too funny. She is, though. You got a point. Shh, we won't tell your secret, Uber. But I love going to her channel and watching the different things that she promotes. But this was the I don't know if I could get the link to come in here or not. Let me see if I can pull it up on my Amazon because this was a link I was sharing. You can get this on sale. Let me get it here. Come on, Amazon. Don't give me links that are super duper long and I can't post them. So irritating when they do that. I was telling you about this in your last live stream, Uber. Let me see if this will go in. Yeah, this one will. This is a link that I really, really love on helping people build their pantry because what if your electric would go out if they talk about these power outages? You will find these cans on sale and you can see how many servings is in each can. And what they do is this, you just need a little bit of water. All this is dehydrated foods and you add water. Yes, some of the recipes are bland, but If you take and you have seasonings saved in your pantry, this could possibly save lives because you can get a lot and they have a 15 to 25-year shelf life. You're not going to get those years on canning. And this is why I loved August and Farms. And I will tell you the story of how I learned about them. Our magistrate used to do a community service for the people here, and she would do our taxes for free. And she's one of the ladies that does my taxes, and she also taught me how to do bookkeeping. But we still give her some money on the side because she does it, or people will give her gifts. Well, she's the one that told me about this. And she was showing me things that she was having coming in from Amazon. And I was like, that is so cool because I would have never thought about dehydrated foods. So you can still heat this stuff. You just need a water source to be able to cook these foods. But we have tried them. We bought the potatoes. We bought the pancake, buttermilk pancake one is really good. The potatoes, they come like a chip, but you have to boil them to make them soft, just like you do with a real potato. But then you would have to have like a seasoning, like a sausage or a sausage flavoring to give it some flavor because most of these are bland. But I do like to share when I find foods that I think will benefit people with their pantry, I share. And that's what I love about certain women that we're meeting in the community and certain men is we're helping each other how to sustain our pantries. And I like the 15 to 25-year shelf life because when you can goods from a garden, they don't last that long. They last like so many years, but not that long. So this is a backup for the future. And then you can can your gardens and your other stuff. And I think it's like 1 to 5 years, depending on what you're canning. Yep, that's me too. Hey, Cleveland. But I think it's great to have a community where people can share secrets. They can share the things that, they know. And this is where this is what I miss my grandparents. Hey, Ohana. How are you doing, sweet thing? I met Ohana through the Funko Pop community. Love the Funko Pops. They're so cute. Even though I'm not a collector, I do have a few. One of the girls from the Funko community felt sorry for me because I didn't own a Funko Pop, so she sent me one as a gift. And I still have it. I love my YouTube community gifts because they're so cute. My husband's an Aries. I'm an Aquarian. But I like it because we're meeting each other from all these different places and we can share our secrets. I just shared a link out Uber of the lady that she is absolutely hysterically funny. Let me get her link back in here. Um she tells her story. She'll even tell you, "Hey, I'm not perfect. I'm new at this stuff." But she tells it like it is, like we do. And her name's Patera, and she's showing people how to take beef and she's canning it. And my goodness, is she funny, Uber? Oh my goodness. If I ever choose to watch somebody can, it's definitely this lady. She is so comical. My birthday's the 29th of January. But if you go to that link, check Patera out. Patera. I can't remember how to say her name. That's terrible. It's Patara, Patera. But anyway, she is from Tennessee, and save that link to your watch laters because I'm telling you, you will crack up watching her. She is so funny. Yeah, I love it because we have such a variety in the community. I'm not just because I'm a crafter, um, I don't stick with just the crafting community. I like all the communities. I think, um, every community that you can possibly get into is the best. I like paranormal, I like watching people there. I haven't seen Lou Rock on for a while, but I like watching his channel too. Um, Gamers, people who show just the sky footage. I love everything. So it's like, I mean, yeah, your channel would have to really suck if I don't watch it. I mean, seriously. There's only 2 channels since I've been here in 2017 that I've unsubscribed for, and I will tell you why. The first channel was in a networking stream, and I didn't have time to watch. And a bunch of us were just subscribing. So I always tell people, please go watch the channels, even you're in networking, because you'd be surprised what's on some of these channels. This guy had Play-Doh puppets. And I'm talking like Super Mario and another one. He had them humping each other. I mean, what the hell kind of content's that? I unsubscribed from that channel because I thought that was probably one of the stupidest channels I've ever seen on YouTube. I don't want to watch animated Play-Doh people humping each other. That's not my thing. And the other one was a girl on here. Her channel's actually called Toilet Girl. She has over 1,000 subscribers, and all she does is have a black screen, and she's literally pissing on the toilet. And I'm like, what? I know people on here that have 300 subscribers and have amazing channels and are having to struggle to get to 1K. And this girl's literally pissing on a toilet in the dark, and she has over 1,000 subscribers. Toilet Girl, look her up. I was like, what? And I unsubscribed from her channel pretty fast too. Not my idea of content. Let me tell you. You can find some really weird people on here for sure. And Uber, she will check it out. Go to Toilet Girl. I'm telling you. I'm not promoting her in here. But yes, Toilet Girl. Toilet Space Girl. Seriously. Ew. Even when you type in toilet, look what comes up under Toilet Girl on here. People really like that shit? Really? Oh my god. I mean, there's some fetishes on here, but people, that's a little sickening. Not my thing. I'll pass. Listen to you too. God, that's so funny. It's like, wow. Ooh. I don't know what the world is coming to, but it's getting a little funky. I don't know. I don't even have words. Just don't. But I do try to get around and visit the channels that I can get to. It's just, yes, I know, Denise. I'm like, because my subscribers are open, that if anybody wants to check out my subscribers, you can go right to my tab over to who I'm following, and you can check out some really good channels. And here's another one I found. He is a riot. He comes on kind of late, but oh my gosh, is he so funny. This is a great networking stream. Let me get him up here. That's not it. Where are you at? Why does YouTube got to make it so hard to search some people? Darn it, anyways. Why can't I find him? Hold on, let me find this channel real quick. I know he's on here, just don't know where. He's not coming up. That's strange. I can't find him. But anyway, he goes by Kollokoy. Let me see if I can find him under my subscribers. Hold on. Kollokoy. I don't know, but he is so funny. And he's a fun networking stream. And there's a lot of people from the Philippines that follows his channel. Is probably why I've been getting a lot of views from Philippines here lately. I'm a scrolling. KO. Where you at? Oh, that's why, because I didn't have his whole channel name in here. Let me pick up his link. He's so funny. He is really funny. He plays like rave type music and he's just a blast. Lots of energy. Here he is. This is Kollokoy and Bug Boy. ENBUG boy. He is so funny. He comes on like wee hours on the morning my time because he's on Philippine time, but he's funny. Great networking. I'm telling you, Uber. I'm telling you, it's crazy. I about died. Cleveland. You know, I feel bad for people who literally do that. They'll start singing with emu and I don't want to be ignorant and tell people that they sound horrible. But yeah, I've seen a few of those too. And I'm like, and I feel bad because it's like I want to say dude or girl, you're singing off key. But hey, if they think they're sounding good to themselves, let them think so. You know, I don't want to burst anybody's bubble or hurt their feelings. But I know what you're talking about. You okay, Roan? The storm's over, Missy. She's down here laying on my rug. She's never done. My poor puppy. She's scared to death of thunder. But yeah, sometimes, you know, there's sometimes you want to speak the truth, and sometimes you're afraid to. Yeah, you're right, Uber. They're enjoying themselves. I don't want to burst their bubble. Hey, if they think that they're singing good, let them think so. I remember as a kid talking about singing. I'll share a story. I remember as a kid, there was a girl that used to be friends with my sister, but we were all friends because we were neighborhood kids. It's just she was more her age. And I remember I was walking up the road because there was a guy that owned a couple horses out the road, and I used to love going out and giving them attention because they both worked and the horses didn't get a lot of attention. So I used to take a bag of grass out of our yard and go feed them and stuff. I don't know. I love horses. I can't help it. So I remember walking up their road, and they had like this dirt road up between the houses when you were going out the road. And I would love hearing Donna, her mom, Linda, and her aunt all singing while they were cooking in the kitchen. They would have the windows open, and let me tell you, these ladies had some really beautiful singing voices. And one of them sang the harmony, and their voices would blend so beautifully together. And I remember sitting out in the yard and just listening to them sing the whole time they were cooking. And all I kept thinking is they had the most amazing voices, and they had no music. They were just singing gospel songs and things like that, and it was just a lot of fun. Those are things I love about my childhood that I miss. Just the simple things of people doing things together. And Linda ended up passing away of cancer, and their daughter Donna ended up with cancer later, and I spent time with her before she passed away too. Even though she was my sister's friend, she was still close to my age. She's only a few years older than me. And I believe the aunt's still alive. But out of the 3 of them, it was just so amazing. Just the simple things of windows, baking pies, and just listening to people sing in their kitchen. You just don't see that much anymore. Things got horrible in this nation anymore where you just can't enjoy the little things like you used to. And we were talking about this earlier. I was talking to a friend of mine on the phone how isolated we've become. It's like first, you had jobs where people were doing telemarketing. God forbid you weren't allowed to associate with people, not allowed to talk to people in the workplace, which I think is ridiculous. Then it's like we had COVID and everybody stayed home. And then now, with this scare of what's going on with gasoline, people are staying. It's like, what is it that they're isolating us for? What's the bigger picture? And I don't know how people made it in a depression. How did they make it without social media? I thank God today that we have social media where we could all stay in touch with each other. I would have went nuts if I had to stay in my home with COVID and not had everybody to talk to on the internet. That would have drove me crazy. I just don't know how people survive those times. I don't. I mean, I understand that they put like, maybe 3 and 4 different generations in one house. Maybe that helped them keep their sanity because they had family around it, but I would have went nuts. I'm so much of a people person, isolation would not do very well by me. I mean, I know that there's people saying that, "Oh, I like a break from people. I don't want people in my life. I'm not a people person." Well, I am. And I don't want to be isolated from people. I think the more people, the merrier. I spend enough time by myself. My husband works a lot of hours. My kids are grown and gone. I have the empty nest syndrome and all that stuff, but I like talking to people. Ask Sandy. Her poor message gets blown up from the time I wake up. Sometimes I don't even go to bed and blow up her messages. Sandy might be sleeping, but usually, like when I get up, she's the first person I'm in Messenger with. I talk to her more than I talk to my own mother. My mom's busy right now though because she's taking care of my dad, but I'm just saying, like, I'm on in my messenger. Sandy, what are you doing? Are you up? Are you up? Are you drinking your coffee? I like having my people. Alrighty. You have a good one, Uber. I'm so glad that you got to come and visit me. Cause I know I know you're always busy. You take care, Uber. Gotta put a huggle in her fit for you. You enjoy your birthday party. Hey, Smoke. Thank you. One of these days, I'll get my ugly mug back on my camera. I just haven't done a face one for a while. Usually I have everything turned down because I'm either crafting or doing something, but one of these days I'll get back on camera. I just haven't done it for a while. You guys have not seen me with my gray hair. If you look at my older videos, you'll see me doing like makeup. I think I have one on my main page where I used to do makeup review looks. But when COVID happened, I told my husband, I'm a granny. I'm going to look like a granny. So I let all my whites grow out and I stopped dyeing my hair. And it's really funny because the lady at my beautician, she tells me, Tammy, people would pay so much for this hair because my hair is growing out with streaked grays. It looks like I had it done at a beauty salon, but I didn't. My hair is naturally growing out with streaks to make it look like I highlighted my hair with white streaks. Isn't that crazy? No. Nope. I had merch once for my channel a long time ago, but nobody seemed interested, so I quit. And I think Teespring's prices are too expensive. I used to have a t-shirt that had Tammy's makeup treats on it, and it was really cool. And then I had it was a bag that you carried that it had a stack of books with my used bookstore name on it. And I got one of each and I kept it, but I think Teespring's prices are high. So me and my daughter are going to work on something. I'm getting ready to launch, not yet, but it'll be a while. I'm going to launch a new Etsy store. And when I do it, I'm going to launch a Facebook page underneath the same name. And then I told my daughter I would like to have maybe some mugs to start with, but I don't want the little, I think Teespring mugs are too small. I want the big mugs. And I want to put the name of it on there and see what happens. I want to start out with maybe just a few mugs and I'll sell them through my Etsy store is how I'm going to do it. I'll buy the mugs and then figure out, because my daughter owns a Cricut and she could put the name on it. The only thing that's bad about using a Cricut though is I think the first few times you can wash the mug in your dishwasher and then after that it doesn't stay. So I don't think I'm going to go the Cricut way because of that reason. I might go with a baked in kind that's probably going to cost a little more money, but we'll see. But I've been checking into like, you know, different prices on mugs to where I only want to buy like so many because I don't want to go hog wild and then people not be interested. But I'll figure something out because I want it to be cost effective where it's not expensive, but and at the same time make a little bit of a profit. But I don't like Teesprings because I think they're too expensive. I mean, who's going to pay $14 for a mug when you go to the dollar store and get one for cheap? You know what I mean? I don't know. That's just my philosophy. But I want to get them as cheap as I can for people. Hey, Chris. How are you this evening? But I like mugs. You know, we drink coffee and different things here, and I like hot chocolate, so I might start with mugs first, but I don't want people to get overpopulated with mugs either. And maybe t-shirts down the line. We'll see. I need one more picture I want to add to this page, and I can't find one small enough, but I'm looking. I want to put something right there for my glue book. You being a good girl, Chris. But I get different ideas, and I really appreciate the people that come and hang out with me on my stream. And I'm telling you, I really love Uber. She is so awesome. She really is. I hope when people get to check out her channel that they end up appreciating her as much as I do, because I think she's got a heart of gold. She's a really good woman. Okay, so we're going to stick Mr. Frog over here in the corner. We'll put him here. Look how cool that is. My glue book turned out cute for somebody that's winging it tonight. But hopefully after the yard sale's over, I will get back and hopefully, don't take my word for it, but I'm hoping that next week I will be able to come on. I'm going to use this cover. Patty Lang actually made this. I do believe this is who I got this off of. She did this cover ahead of time, and I bought it off of her live. I'm going to turn this into a journal. But I got to coffee dye some pages first and get some different papers that I want to put in it. And I think I might use a digital kit I have upstairs. I love the color blue, my favorite color. So this is definitely going to be my blue butterfly journal. It's actually supposed to be this way. This is actually supposed to be the cover. But I turned it inside out because I like the butterflies better. So that's what I'm going to do. And I haven't decided if I'm going to do signatures or a hidden spine, because I've already done a hidden spine. So I think I might signature this one so that you can see how I do my signatures for people that want to learn how to do a signature journal. Books that you have laying around your house falling apart or not. If you want to try one of these, you can even go to the Dollar Tree, buy yourself a book that you like the cover, tear it apart, turn it into a journal. Some people do that too. And you can make a journal for anything. You can make them to do bills. You can make them for a list. I have a postcard journal. You can make them for anything to store your stuff. And I like the junk journal community because that's what I do. And I will sit here for the new people to my channel tonight. I will show you my masterpiece so far. I put a lot of work, over a year, into this journal. I got to date this first. We're going to put 2022. I did a flip through, but there's a lot of new people on my channel that never got to see Gothica. So I'm going to show you Gothica because I love her. And this is what I mean. This was a book I took apart, and I took the back apart. So this back is homemade. This is what you call a hidden signature. I bought this piece off of KK, Christina Kilburn's channel. This is where I got these from. And I wanted to do a hidden signature. And what I mean by that is there's a piece of cardboard in here. And this cardboard, I believe, is from a frozen pizza box. And then what I did was I put fabric over top of it. And because my signatures are so heavy, I literally sewed the top after Gorilla gluing it together. After I had the signature sewed to it, I sewed the top and sewed the bottom to hold it into place, because when you do a hidden signature, you have to be very careful on the weight of your signatures. This is what she looks like in the front. And this here is the definition of Gothica. A term for a situation in which someone sees or feels things that no one else can. This has got 3 different digital kits in it. I love her. I had the best time spending a year putting this together. And I used my art program I could never sell her if I wanted to because there are copyrighted images I got off of Pinterest in here. That's why she'll never be for sale. You cannot sell somebody else's work. You can only sell digitals and things that you get permission. This picture came from Pinterest. And then what I did was I put it on a gray background and all these pieces added to the sides. I found these separate and added them to the page. I started back in 2001 on the net period. And I was on AOL dial-up, which sucked. Ended up in MSN in designing tags type of programs where I created animations and I played with digitals. I have never been a physical scrapbooker. This is my history. I learned digitally first. So when I created Gothica, I wanted her to be everything I have learned at this point. So this has got physical in it. It's got digital in it. It's got everything I've learned since I become a crafter on the internet, except that stuff doesn't move because I do love creating animations. So then I put this side tuck in. I bought beautiful laces off of Esme that's in here and ones that I found on my own. This is a digital page. The person that made these digitals, right now her store's closed down, something to do with the issue with PayPal, so I don't know what happened there, but she made all these really pretty ones. These dots here are from the Dollar Tree. I use that as trim. And what the definition of a real junk journal is, though, is you're not supposed to buy new stuff. Junk journals are supposed to be stuff laying around your house going into garbage. It could be tags, it could be receipts, but this is a mixture of a crafty journal and a junk journal. This cross, believe it or not, this came off of a choker from the Dollar Tree. I thought the cross was perfect for this, and then these are faceted beads. They're little plastic beads. And then this is off of crafting paper. This is also a picture that I found on Pinterest. Gothic stuff was really rough, and I can't believe I actually picked Gothic because that's just something really I'm not, but I found a lot of beauty in goth when I was looking up pictures and things, and I thought these were pretty. So this is not the Gothic dark side. This is the Gothic romantic side. The Gothic dark side has a lot of skulls and things like that in it. I don't have that in this one. This is Amy's dyed papers. She uses Rit dyes. I bought that off of her channel. These here, this was part of the digital, and this was part of a digital. Some of the ladies in here are from a digital that are legit to use, and some of them aren't. This was a lace pocket. This came off of a dress I found at the Goodwill. Literally went into the Goodwill, found a dress that was covered in lace, brought it home, cut it up. And then this is a Tracy Fox's digital off of her Etsy store. I wanted this to have an antique-ish look besides color. And Tracy does beautiful antique digitals. And then this was, I believe, a Pinterest picture. And then this tuck up here came from a digital. And then this was a raven that somebody had done as a painting. And I shrunk it and turned it into a picture strip. And then this here is lined in all kinds. I printed these off and then lined them with certain materials I had. I did a video on these, but I just love this. Hey, Paul. How are you doing, mister? Oh, and then this is just a flip through. I've already done a complete video on this, but this was fun. I made this envelope out of cardstock. And then this was, I love her, NCIS, when she played the goth girl. I can't think of her name, but I had to put her in there. And then there's that. The envelope, this ribbon came from Maddie's sale. And then these. I had this as a tube from back in the MSN days. I have a lot of art from that time period. And then I had to put in tracing paper because I think it looks pretty when it's against different pictures. And then there's another tuck. These pictures that I found on Pinterest were so pretty too. And I used Sorry for my tags. And I love eyelash trim. That's the spiky stuff at the top. And then one of the things that I saw when I was in the animated world was somebody took a picture of my daughter when she graduated college, and they made, it was an animation. You just had to see it. If I find it, I'll show it to you guys because I still have it on one of my external hard drives. The woman who did this, she stole my daughter's graduation picture from college, and she took a tropical, it looked like a tropical forest look, and it was all greenery. And in the center, it looked like the doors you see on a shower, like glass doors. And it was cool because her animation, the doors slid open and my daughter's picture was right in the center. It was the coolest animation I'd ever seen done. So her doors gave me the ideas to do doors in this book, except mine's unanimated. So for 3 weeks, I went to bed and I was trying to think of what to use for the door handles. These were a challenge. So what I did was I printed the door off on cardstock, and of course I cut it to where the doors would open. And then inside, these poems I found on Pinterest, and these were all from a community of Gothic people. So I printed off these sayings to put in the doors because I wanted to have a little magic behind the doors. And believe it or not, these rings are what people use as nose rings. These are used in piercings. And I find that so funny because when I was looking at night, I would go to bed and thinking, what could I use to make these doors? It drove me crazy because I kept thinking, I'm going to go to Lowe's and I'm going to look up door handles or jewelry box handles. I would have never thought to use nose piercings. And it came to me when I thought these are perfect. They're like the perfect size. So I bought them to use them as my hardware because when you're in the crafting community on YouTube, you hear people talking about texture. They talk about hardware. I have never thought to do that kind of stuff in my journals yet. So this was a lot of thought. Let me tell you, I put a lot of thought into this particular journal. I really did. And so for texture, which is what this page is, I love Nouveau mousses. So what I did was I ordered Nouveau mousses, and this is like a really cool texture product. And I dipped my paintbrushes in it, and I got stencils because I don't know what all people use Nouveaus for, but I'm using what I see it needs to be used for. So I turned it into my texture, and that's what I did these with. And then stickles is what this looks like. And you can get these off of ranger.com, and they're a glitter, and I like them for accenting. So I stuck those in the flowers. And then on the bottom, I had a punch for butterflies. So I took my signatures and I put a butterfly on each side to pull that off. I don't know where this came from, people. My brain doesn't think like this. But it did for this. And 2 nights, when I create and I get in that mode, I don't want any interruptions. And it's really hard because I have a dog I have to take out to go to the bathroom and things like that. So I waited till my husband was here and I like 2 nights in a row nonstop worked on this to finish it. And these are a lot of work. This came from another digital. And then this was a cat picture I found. Oh my gosh, Bonnie. This was a work. But I do love using digitals. And this was a digital set itself. And this was lace. And then I got that at the Dollar Tree, the sparkly. And I shrunk this down and printed it. And I took and added words like this is sultry. But every single one of these pictures don't look like this. Every single one of these, I found brackets and I used my art program to put it on this picture and for them to turn out the way they did. This here was a deck of cards I bought. And I got these at Walmart. It was a Hallmark card set. And then the laces I bought at different sales on YouTube because we have our crafters with our sales. But when you see my Sunny Fun Time mails, this is what it's going towards. Whatever I decide to create with whatever I get in my mails. That's the whole point of the Sunny Fun Time mails because I want people to see who I buy what off of. It's not to throw in anybody's face, hey, this is what I spent, or hey, this is what I bought. It's for people to see I go to these because this is what I create. This is where you can go for these things. This is who sells laces. This is who sells, paper lines. And if people are interested, they can shop on the same channels. And that's their choice. That's why I do the Sunny Fun Time mails. So you know where I get my products, and if you're a crafter, you can go find them in the same place. This here is another stencil I did with the Nuvos, and then lace across that pocket. This is my best creation ever. Will I ever create something as good as this? Probably not, because I had a lot of time. This was another door I did, and this one here has the side pieces of a nose ring type. It's the up and down. It's supposed to go this way, but I use them as door handles. And then when you open this, you have another surprise behind the door. But I love doing these doors. These doors were a lot of fun because it was something different. I thought, this one kind of came off, but that's okay. It happens. Supposed to be glued down. And then here's another texture, and these are signatures all sewn in. But this is my first hidden signature journal, and it was definitely challenging in a lot of different ways. And when I printed this particular digital off, it was hard to turn around and print them again because these didn't print evenly. I had like a great big black splotch down one side. I don't know who did these digitals, but they didn't do them right. So I had to cut them down to fix them. And then here's another one. But I went through and I didn't want to over decorate it because I love these cards. These cards are so pretty. I didn't want to over decorate it because I wanted it to be, enough, just enough. Because sometimes I think they can be over decorated. So I go through my journals when I'm done, front to back, and then back to front, and see where stuff is needed. And that's all I added. And then I was done. But this was definitely a work in progress. Took me over a year to get it done because it's the pieces. It's like once you get the pieces for something, I think that part is easy as putting it together, but it's finding the pieces. And then doing these, I had to leave it open and I had to leave this dry. I do have a blow dryer over here, like a heat gun, and I can blow dry it to an extent, but I would rather leave it overnight to be the best effective way of drying. So, and of course I had to put passion as the last page. And those were brackets. I had fun with these brackets. And then I finished. She's pretty. I love music. So seeing some gothic pictures with musicians in them are really cool. My color, blue, of course. I love blue and black together. And I'm not much of a watercolor person. I am more towards the darker colors. And there's the last door. And then getting towards the end, this was all part of the Blue Digital. And these are Tracy Fox's. She has those in tickets. And then when you get to the end, I love this picture. Look how pretty that is. There was a lot of beautiful pictures that went into this. This is supposed to be hooked to this. And then at the end, what I did, there was another little picture that said Heartbreaker. Let me find it here. Come on, paperclip. I got to the end and somebody had sent me this picture on cloth. So I decided to lay that down as the end, where it's got pictures of cards. And then this was something I ran through my die cut machine. And then that was the end. And she's all finished. But I love this because this picture I ran in and I put secrets inside. I actually put that on with the font in my art machine and then ran it off on the printer. Yep, and that's how she turned out. She's got all these spikies and she was a work. She was definitely a job. And that's where I'm at. This is everything I've learned to put into a journal so far. And I think it's cool to take a journal. I think it was Sharon that told me on my Facebook. She says, that is so cool to take a journal where you're at right now and put it all into one book. And then this is what I've learned. There's still a lot more, like, there's people that put multiple pockets, like they'll create like a page with multiple tucks on it. There's belly bands. There's all kinds of things I could have added to this, but I just wanted it to be where I'm at. The things that I enjoy about making a journal. And she was fun. My husband's like, she's so huge because she's the expansion of my hand. The back end of this is she is literally 5 1/4 inches long on the spine. That's how wide that spine is. That is huge. And when you compare her to this one's got 4 signatures, look at the difference. This looks like a puny little book compared to this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I put 5 signatures in her, but they're thick signatures. But this is a regular size journal compared to that one. That's how huge I made her. But I like her because she's an example. When I go to work on journals now, I can sit her to the side and still sit here and think that came from my brain. Really? We are very critical of our own stuff. I like everybody else's stuff better than mine. But I was really pleased with how she turned out. I'm really pleased with her. So she sits above here where I can stare at her. And then in the meantime, work on other journals. And I don't know if you saw my flower one or not. She's finally done, Bonnie. I made her out of an old book that came into my bookstore. This is real yellow rose flower petals that I decoupaged. This one's a 4 signature. It's got bloom, and this was an old book that was dry rotted. And I took the cover and I used different pieces of paper and I turned her into a journal. And I really like her too. This is what you call eclectic, where it's got mixtures of stuff, different pages out of magazines, things that people sent me, little side tucks. This here is a window cling. And then these here, I used a butterfly cutout to make the signatures look cute. And this is a calendar page. This is what junk journal is supposed to be, things you're throwing away, like calendars that are outdated and stuff like that. And this was a little envelope where I cut the back and the front. This is definitely eclectic style, but I'm so glad I get to finish this one. I must have put that up there on purpose. That's hanging off the page. But anyways, this here is a napkin over a little book page. There's amazing art in napkins. And this is a real doily. And this is another napkin over a word page. You tear the layers off. Hey, check. And this is what junk journals are pretty much. Just things that you want to throw together to turn into a book. Scrap papers. This is a laminated paper somebody sent. And it's nice when you do happy mails, especially from different countries. I got a lot of cute stuff Bonnie sent I haven't used yet. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. Let me get your... Put this in here. You can do this if you want to. Anybody that's in blue, if you can go to their channel and grab their links. That's Chick's channel. Thank you, Bonnie. Let me get Michelle's channel too. You can post other people's channels that come in too. And go check out their stuff. There's Michelle's channel. You're welcome. And that's how we network. And then here is, I love yellow roses and yellow flowers. So this is kind of like my yellow book. This was a magazine picture. It said fresh sunflowers. Or no, that was a calendar picture too. I take that back. I thought that was magazine. It looked like it. And then here's another page. And then you just fold them and you make a book out of it. And then here's a teeny weeny little pocket made out of a book page. And then this is a treat bag. Stationery. Anything that you have laying around your house that would be cute in a book. Even the front of cards. If you don't have, say you have a bunch of greeting cards and you just want to downsize because maybe you're not friends with that person anymore, but you like the cover of the card. Those cards make great journaling cards. Then here's this. And this is this journal finished. I'm so glad I finished this one too. I was so excited about this one. Some I keep, some I sell, some I may do in giveaways. You just never know what I'm going to do with my journals. But this one I'm keeping. Because I like that one. Right now, I'm writing in a journal. I love writing journals too. I'm a journaler. So I have a book upstairs that I'm using right now that I bought off an Etsy store. And it's got horses in it. And it's really pretty. And then here's a Christmas one that I just did for the month of December. And I seen where somebody said they don't do holiday journals. Well, I find that sad because to me, I will use this just for the month of December and put stuff in them just for that month for Christmas. And I love having holiday journals. As a matter of fact, I got my next year's that's from Bonnie. It's for my Valentine's. The whole month of February, I'm using the journal I bought off of her. Uh-oh. Hubby's spying on me. Are you driving? Mike M is my hubby. There's Mikey. Hey, let me know when you're getting close to home because Puppy's down here with me. She was freaking out because we had a thunderstorm, Mike. I mean, she literally almost dug the door in half. Upstairs. I had to get her down here. She would not leave me alone. She was digging at the floor and digging at the door trying to get down here. So I have her down here. I don't know. What are you cooking for me? It's Wednesday. It's your turn. It's funny because he works all these hours, but then he comes home and takes care of me on Wednesdays because he knows I do the lives. I finished up the ribs for lunch, so don't know. His passion, hubby Mike. Your passion, hubby Mike. You hear that? She's calling you passion, Mike. Yes, mine hates it, chick, literally. Oh, she's down here laying on my carpet, Michael. She's laying on my rug in the doorway by the back door. That's how scared she is. She's been laying here all night while I do my live. She was panting with her anxiety. I'm beginning to realize that when she pants like that, it's her anxiety too. She was dribbling slobber all over the floor upstairs. I'm like, really, Roan? She's scared. She's never done that before, though. She must be really scared tonight. My poor baby. Well, what do you want to eat? You want to pick up something on the way home? If you do, bring me another 2-liter. They tell Sheets they need to get my freaking root beer in there. I like having root beer sometimes. So these are different journals I've worked on, and here's one that I did. I showed this last week too. This one here is just an altered book where I go through and I'll count 5 pages, tear out 5 pages, and then you rebuild it back up. You can see where I tore pages out. This is what you called an altered journal. These here you can turn into glue books, paint books, whatever. This is just my coffee dyed papers and a mixture of my colored papers, and I turned it into a writing journal. This could be for traveling, could be for anything you want it to be. This was a book that came in my store. It had a slash in the front of it. Nobody's going to buy it, so I turned it into a journal. So there's that. And what else? Oh, okay. I'll torture you guys a little more. You want to see the yummy aviation ledger? I'll torture you some more. I have it right beside me. Look at all that beautiful writing from the 1800s. Yummy. I'm going to scan this and I am going to help. I'm going to have this as a digital. I'm working on some digitals for my new Etsy store whenever I go to launch it. But right now, I'm just building stuff up in it, and I have them set as drafts. So when I get about like 200 products in drafts, which now I'm only on still number 22, I'm going to release some digitals. And this will be scanned and shared. This is before we had airplanes. This is actually hot air balloons. The hot air balloons that carried our stuff. So yeah. I just don't want to sell the original pages and tear it apart. So I want to keep it. So I'm going to turn it into digital so I can share it with others. Because the writing in it is in Spanish. And it's beautiful. And it looked like somebody threw it in a fire. Isn't that awful? They burned our ledgers. Everything that people try to fight for today. They try to throw my ledger in a fire. But see, this was 1888. Look at that writing. Look how beautiful. Yes. This is going to be fun to turn into a digital. I looked into those wands, but I couldn't find one that I liked. So, but I want to share. I want to share the stuff that I find with other crafters when we go to make our journals. So I'm excited. There's that Debbie. There's our naughty little Debbie. Debbie's a cutie. She's a cutesy person. Yeah, I'll have to find something to craft. And then this here, if you're into mixed media, there's a couple products I want to share with you all. Oh, first off, we're going to share these amazing markers. Okay. They're called Faber-Castell. They're 20 grip color markers. And the reason why these are so special, they don't dry out. If you leave the cap on, you rehydrate them by sticking the tip in water, and it rehydrates the markers. The only thing I have to say is, though, they only don't leak on cardstock. These are really hard. They will leak on regular paper. But I tried them on cardstock, and they didn't leak through. But it tells you on here, long-lasting markers can be rehydrated if the caps are left off. Just dip into water. Ventilated safety caps prevent from choking. And they are also non-toxic and washable. So this is really nice. They're sold in Cleveland, Ohio. Actually, they're made in Peru. There's the back. Fabercastell.com, I guess, is where you can get them. There's the number. Just in case anybody's interested in these. These are all the colors you get. Amazing markers. I played with these. They're very colorful. And then, if you are into mixed media, Tina influenced me from Tina's Messy Crafty Life. It's her fault that I bought this. And this came from, get this over here. Wait a minute. I think I bought this off of Ranger.com. This is the Delusions Jumpstart Journal. You get an envelope here to store stuff. Yes. RangerInc.com. And another thing I want to share about Ranger, if you sign up with your emails to get them, this will come in your mail. Ranger mails will come into your email, but once a month, they have a bag that you can buy. It's a mystery bag with Ranger products. It is only $10. With shipping, it comes to like $15.43 or something. They send you whatever. It's a mystery. You don't know. It could be stickles, these things I showed you here. It could be, um, what's that stuff? Oh, come on, Tammy. Embossing powder. It could be wax where you could take it over top. Yes. I got the throwback mystery one too. Check. And a lot of people don't know that, but you have to get them as soon as you see the email because they sell out of them very fast. It's a first come, first serve. And I love doing mystery stuff. I used to like getting BoxyCharm. But anyways, this book I got off of Ranger, and look how pretty these pages are. So you could turn this into your paint book, your glue book, Dare to Believe. Look how pretty these pages are. And Delusions is also a paint. So you can paint in here because I have some of the Delusion paints. Let me see what and they are beautiful. Here's one. Wait a minute, grab it. Here's one of my Delusion paints. It's upside down. This is the Delusions Shimmer paint. This is in Calypso. Wait a minute, how you say that? Calypso teal is what color this is in. These paints are gorgeous, but it's upside down. You set them like this so your paints are ready at the tip if you want to. I got a few of these and I'm impressed. So this is what Delusions book is. You can paint with it, you can do whatever you want, but it's filled with all this good stuff. Look how cool those pages are. I saw this on Tina's like, where did you get that? So this is mixed media stuff. This is going to be a lot of fun. I really like this book. So if you're interested, it's called a Jumpstart Journal. It includes blank mixed media pages alongside printed Delusions, backgrounds to inspire your creative side. Sturdy chipboard cover contains 56 double-sided blank and printed pages, includes pocket envelope for convenient storage. The journal cover measures 11 3/16 by 9. Pages are 11 3/8 by 8 1/4. So it gives you a dimension of. Yes, I agree. I am so sick of my glue bottles at the very end. I feel like I'm in the ketchup commercial with anticipation. I know that feeling. And so those are the two products I wanted to share because I think this is going to be fun to play into. Yet to do. These are on my yet to do list. And I pulled this out on one of my lives too. Tina actually made this. Tina's Messy Crafty Life. I will share her channel with you too. So if you don't know who she is, Tina is very good in mixed media. I love watching her work. And she'll chat. She chats away. I love it when she does that. And you're like in a mood one night and you're telling yourself, oh, I just wish there was a crafter on. I could just listen to jibber jabber and just craft along with her. She's one of those people. She just jibber jabs about everything. And this is Tina's channel. Tina, she hears me. She's going to be like, okay, woman. But this is Tina's Crafty Life. This is her channel. And yes, this is her mixed media. She had a sale and I bought this off of one of her sales. And she does jelly plates and all the mixed media. So if you are into color, she is your channel. She did all this. Tina's got her own way. Like she really found her niche. When you watch her, she doesn't even color like, like I was taught to color. She has her own technique when she does everything. Understand what? No, that's your opinion though, Deb. I like paint books and glue books. It's all about the preference. It's not about understanding. You either get it or you don't. It's just like walking into an art museum and you look at paintings, and some you're like, okay, I can relate to this. And some you think, oh, what's that? Like when I went to a painting before when they had a display, I saw what looked like somebody just took a bunch of paint, threw it on paper. And to me, I'm like, mm. But then I saw this little dude stand on top of a hill that looked like Ziggy. And I could relate to that because he was looking at the clouds. Like, just all depends on what you see. But no art is dumb. It's just on how you see it. And if it does anything to you, if it doesn't reach you, then it's just not your thing. But I actually love my glue book. That's what I was working on tonight. And I love this book. It's just what resonates with you. This is my glue book. I have a lot of fun with my glue book. To me, glue books tell a story depending on who's doing it. It can tell a story of your birthday, your favorite things. People do glue books on pictures, maybe of occasions. They just don't do a writing journal. They would rather show it with pictures. That's the difference. But I do get it. I look at people doing glue books like, when Tina does her paint books, if you see a lot of her paint books, she'll have pictures of her grandkids, what they did for the day. She likes color. It's no different than Lisa Frank. As a matter of fact, a lot of Tina's work reminds me of Lisa Frank. Do you know who Lisa Frank is? If you don't know who Lisa Frank is, she's a wonderful artist who also, well, wait a minute here. Let me get an image up here. If you don't know who she is, she's also a person. This is her style. If you've seen these in folders for kids' school, that's a Lisa Frank. And look how bright her stuff is. And that's what I mean. Tina reminds me of a lot of Lisa Frank with her colors. Very colorful artist. There doesn't have to be a rhyme or reason to someone's art, Deb. It's just what makes them feel good. If a person prefers to play in paints, it's no different than playing in paints or pottery. It's just their choice. You know what I mean? I like to paint. I like the glue books. I like journaling. I like everything. But you have some artists that are just into certain things. You have some people that like to paint and they don't want to glue. You have some people that like to glue, don't like to paint. I like everything. That's why my channel is a variety channel. But I love their work and I can appreciate, look at this. She's so creative. This is Tina. I love her stuff. Her channel should be famous. Look how pretty that is. She's like a burst of color. When I think of Tina, that's what I think of. Like, look how cool that is. And I'm not a jelly plate person, but I'm telling you, I love watching her play on jelly plates. Jelly plate might not be my style, but there's a lot of ladies that love it. And I love watching them do it because it makes them happy. It brings them joy. And I like how she plays with texture. I think that's so cool. And that's what makes every artist different, is because they have different preferences. I even like it. Look how pretty this even is. She even looks like she even dyed this. It's so pretty. But I can appreciate, different people's work styles. There's somebody here that's a friend of mine that told me the other day that she doesn't understand ripped paper. And the first thing that came out of my mouth was, "Are you a scrapbooker?" because when you look at some of the people on here that do their journals even, they'll do like they measure and they have waterfalls that are all the same size and because they're measuring type people. So it was interesting to hear a person be like, what's so cool about ripped paper? We like ripped papers. But she's a scrapbooker who did everything the way a scrapbooker did, and they just never ripped paper. But we do. Like it just like I said, it just depends. Whatever catches your fancy. If you like the fussy cut, you like making a scrapbook is still a glue book. You're still gluing in a scrapbook. And glue books to me are kind of like what scrapbooking is. It's kind of a cross between, you know, look at this here. There's a lady who, well, I don't have it beside me, but I have where a lady took magazine pages and she stapled and glued it into a book, and it's got wallpaper on the front of it. She was taking the magazines from that time period and turned it into a scrapbook so people could see the time changes. So it all depends on what kind of art you like to do. If you don't want to do a glue book you don't have to, or a paint book. But to me, it doesn't look silly. That's just your opinion. That's not ours. That's what I mean. I would never go into somebody's stream and tell them what they're doing looks dumb or silly when it comes to crafting, because it is their opinions, what I'm saying. I have a friend that likes pottery. More power to him. He does a great job. He runs a business. It was a kid that I went to school with. Well, he's a man now, but he does a pottery, and that's what he does for a living. His pottery is amazing. He was just listed in a magazine here not too long ago. I follow him on Facebook. So he has his craft, and you have your craft, and I have my craft. And I enjoy watching what everybody else does. And I don't think it looks silly at all. I think it looks cool. But when I did this one, I wanted to find out what a glue book was like. And I had a lot of fun because I like everything in here is things I enjoy. I like books. I like butterflies. This was my birthday. These were cutouts of junk mail. And I love horses. I don't think this looks silly at all. I think this page is pretty put together pretty well. Yeah, but I'm just saying that's what you said, Debbie. And I'm not slowing down. I'm just telling you everybody has their own preference. And then this here was a trim. And then I found this with the horse head on it. So I did this horse page. Go get him, Roan. Sick him. It's daddy. And then an eBay seller that I bought these off of, she drew this picture as a thank you. So I wanted to include this. And this is my eBay seller page. This was Valentine's. This here's the Disney princesses. And this here's birds. This here was Thanksgiving. I don't find nothing silly or dumb about this book whatsoever, because to me it has meaning. People might think, oh my gosh, she's cutting junk mail. But I like my junk mail. It's very colorful. Some people are just into different things. They might think I'm crazy because I cut out junk mail, but it's something that brings me joy, so I don't really care what everybody else thinks. It's the whole point is to do what makes you happy. And this book makes me happy. And this is Footprints in the Sand. This actually came out of a used book that came in my bookstore. This was an adult coloring book. And then this one here is Halloween. And this all came from Arlene. I pull stuff off their Happy Mail and stick it in here too. But I love this book, I had a great aunt. I couldn't understand why I had a fascination with constantly cutting poetry. out of like newspapers. I had a fascination with that for some reason. Every time we used to get newspapers, I would cut poetry and different things out, like little recipes. I had a great aunt that did that too, and I didn't even know it. I said, well, there's where I got it from. My charm broke. Boo! Oh, there's the ring. It's like my little charm broke. The ring broke. I'll have to fix it later. But that's what makes people individually unique. No. Stella's taking a break. She needs a rest. My charms. Darn it. I don't know how my charms fell out. Well, poo. My charms are falling off my pages. But anyway, I usually have charms hanging on these. For some reason, the little hickey doodles are coming apart. Darn it. Well, it looks like I'll be using my magnifying glass. Yeah, that charm broke right off the top of that head. Huh. Goes to show that maybe sometimes charms can hang in books. Hold on a minute. Let me take this off. So I gotta fix it. Yeah, my hickey doodles. I don't know why my charms broke. Hold on. I got more. That is so weird. Those are Brad's. Yeah, that's a little disappointing. But like I said, sometimes you don't know what lasts until you've had them for a while. That's so weird. So we'll put this one in here. I don't know why those other ones broke, but they did. See how long this one lasts. It's just that when people do their own type of art, Deb, it just depends on what resonates with them. That's just like I don't go out and buy just any journal when I do journals. Like I can spend hours going through Etsy and I'll see a ton of journals. It's just not my style, you know. But that's what the creator saw. You know, the person that created the journal, they'll see a vision and then they create it. And then if you like it, you like it. You don't, you don't. Some of my journals are like, eh. And some of them will turn out nice. It just all depends on what a person's looking for. See what some of these are. Here, I'm going to put this one on there. This is cute. This is a dragonfly. So we'll use this one for this page. But when I go down through the journals, I like how they have different pictures to show you the insides. And the one that resonates the most with me is the one that I pick because I like it. You know what I mean? Something that I know that I'll appreciate when I read in it. But everybody has their own visions, you know, that's what makes us unique. People are like snowflakes. We're all different. We all uniquely see things differently. And thank God for that, because I could not picture myself turning into an engineer and fixing certain things that I see people that are really brainy into. Yeah, but I mean, I'm looking at your first statement though, Deb. I'm just telling you that that's how I see people. To me, believe it or not, even though I'm a crafter, my biggest joy is cooking. Believe it or not. I am more relaxed cooking than doing anything, even over crafting. I find crafting to be a little bit more challenging because especially when you're on a deadline, you're trying to finish something to stick in an Etsy store. I think if you have all the time in the world, it makes different. But cooking to me, I just find peace in it. I can go upstairs and bake cookies from scratch. I'm not talking from Pillsbury. I'm talking straight from scratch and just doing a dab of that, a dash of that, and until you find the right texture to actually turn it into a dough. I don't know. I just have fun. I like experimenting with different recipes. And I don't know. I just find it very relaxing. Crafting, I would say, is my second source of relaxing. Yeah, I believe it, chick. I've changed a lot too. I feel like the more I craft, the more I evolve into something else. Like I just never know what I'm going to end up being into. It's like I said, I love watching people. The thing that I like about people who do just like narrowing it. Um, People that do the jelly plates, I love it because they're original pages. They turn out really interesting. I've even some turn them into mud. I like the bloopers as much as what they come out of them, but jelly plating is just not, it just doesn't do it for me. Like it's not, it's cool to watch other people, but it's just not something on my to-do list. It's not on my bucket list. But then I'll watch another crafter one day. Hey, John, she was making belly bands, for instance. And I've seen belly bands done where, you know, it's just done off a regular cardstock and people use those jaggedy scissors to get like a look. But when I was watching this girl, I thought, boy, that would be really cute to add fabric and to take some stickles and maybe put some flowers there. And the next thing you know, I created a belly band that day. Later on, I was playing with a book that I sold. Somebody asked me to make him a custom book, and that's in that book. And I just really love the way it turned out. It's kind of like you watch somebody do a craft and you put a twist on it and turn it into your own piece. That's what I get out of watching crafters. I don't want to hearsay do exactly what they're doing, but I don't mind doing something like they're doing and then putting my own twist on it. That's how I like to craft. That's just me. Yeah. And I'll tell you another person that's really good at that too, Laura, is watching Arlene. Oh, that girl. She does the cutest stuff. John, you're so sweet. But, like, for instance, I mean, this isn't something that I would do, but this is Arlene's style. This is what I mean. It's just like, look how cute this is. She made these and she put them in the Defy auction. Tell me these are not cute. She took a piece of jewelry and she's got it wrapped around the head. These are like car parts and stuff, like sockets. I'm not sure exactly what these things are, but she made a bride and groom. I said, could you see how cute this would be? Like on top of somebody's cake that is into electrician maybe, or I don't see this vision. When I look at junk like this, I don't see this, but Arlene does. That's what makes Arlene's craft so special. You know, anybody could come in. This is what I'm saying, though. Not saying you, Debbie, but just think about it. Anybody could come in and see this stuff and think, oh, that's ridiculous. I would never go digging through trash and picking up this kind of stuff and turning it into this stuff. But Arlene is Arlene. She has her vision, just like whatever you create is your vision. It's like I can walk into a Goodwill and see the crappiest furniture of all, and nobody would look at it twice. I'll bring it home and turn it into something beautiful. You know what I mean? It's that's what I mean, is just some people have that vision and some people don't. My husband is that way. You know, I picked up this piece of furniture because this actually did happen to me. And he's looking at me like, really? You paid what for that piece of shit? He doesn't have the vision, but I do. So I have this really ugly looking bookshelf. I mean, it's like ugly. And I brought it home, and heck, the shit wasn't even really sandable. It was like half kind of metal mixed with half wood. I can't even explain this bookshelf. But I brought it home and I started playing with it outside. And I took and sanded what I could that was wood. And I left the metal the way it looked because there's really not much you can do with metal. And then I took paint and I just went to town on this thing. And it turned out to be one of the most beautiful bookshelves I own. And it's still sitting in my bedroom to this day. And when I was done with it, then my husband was looking at me. He says, you know, that's a really pretty shelf. I said, because you didn't see the vision. I saw the vision, but he didn't. And I watch other crafters all the time. And it'll be like, you know, somebody might look at my Gothica and think, oh my God, this woman's got talent. But let me tell you what, it took work. But I'll watch somebody else and they'll see something really simple that I don't see. And I'll be like, damn, I'd never thought of that. I mean, how many times have you ever watched crafters and you're like, I never would have thought of that? Because some people have different visions, you know what I mean? She saw something I couldn't see, but once she showed me, then it was like, oh, that's pretty cool. That's how we learn from one another. So, like, even though, you know, Arlene made these, look how cute these are. I I still don't see this vision when I look at junk because this is Arlene's niche. This is Arlene. I will never see Arlene's vision. You know why? Because I'm not Arlene. So to me, that's how I feel about crafters is we have our own individual things that we see. You might do something, Debbie, and I might be like, I don't have no interest in that. Or I might not like that, but that doesn't mean I can't appreciate it because you like it. I value what my friends like too. You know, whatever their styles are. I like Tina because she is mixed media. I like watching Vintage Hippie because she's all about blinging things. I love watching Denise bling out an owl. She'll take a bare owl and just make it the most beautiful owl you've ever seen. And she's really into, like, the little we all have our own things. I'm not much of a bead woman. I love watching people play with beads, but it's not my thing. Sometimes I might put them in mixed with, like if I'm making a tassel, my tassels are usually fabric, maybe mixed with like a strand of beads. And I think that's cool. Sometimes I watch people who don't use fabric at all. They like the chains where they can wire, and put little pieces on it. And Lisa Jameson's a good example. Oh my God, the dangles that girl makes. Oh, she makes the most beautiful dangles. She solders all of her dangles. And she's got her own niche. And her dangles are gorgeous. I have one of her journals too. Let me see if I can find her Etsy store. I will share her Etsy store so you can see what I'm talking about. Let me get her up here. But this is all Lisa, you know. Where is she at? Oh, come on. I hate when I can't find people's channels. Wait a second. Give me a second because this is definitely worth seeing. And she did a video on this one time where she showed how she made her dangles in detail. And let me tell you, that it was gorgeous. Here's her link. I'll see if I can share her link in the chat. Come on, Tam. Etsy. Why do you gotta be a pain? I don't know why it's not letting me share her link. I'm pushing on the share and it's not giving me anything. But anyways, this is her shop. It's called Reuse, Recycle, Rethink. And when you go down her channel, look at these dangles. Wait a minute. Get these up here. So I get it up where you can see them. She solders and puts pictures and dangles on her stuff. This girl does her own amazing creations. I love her dangles. And she has a liquid metal where she solders these together. So what I'm saying, there's so many creative people on here. It's not letting me copy and paste, damn it. Ugh. But anyway, you look up reuse, recycle, rethink, and type that in, and you'll find her store if you're on Etsy. But one thing I love about Etsy is that when you start your store, you put everything in there and all your posts show. You can categorize, do whatever, you can heart your favorites. I just find Etsy to be an easy platform. And I know that there's a lot of people that complain about their prices, but too bad. Every friggin' website you go to is going to charge you an amount of money. And they're like credit cards. You have to read the fine print. Like GoDaddy had it one time where, oh, you pay $1 for a year, but then it doesn't tell you the percentage it takes off of each sale. It was actually a ripoff. I spent 6 months doing nothing but studying websites, excuse me, and I love Etsy the best. I don't care what anybody says because it gives you an amazing display. It at the end of the year for your taxes, all you have to do is go into your shop part and click on finances. You can print off all your taxes, take it to your tax person. It's done. The only thing you have to do is know the percent that they take out of your sales because you get a sheet that tells you your total sales. All you gotta know is the percent that Etsy takes out, and then it's 20 cents to post each individual item. That's all you need to know. The rest of it, your tax lady can do. It does everything for you. It does your shipping for you. You can pay credit card, PayPal, debit card. It takes anything. That's why when I do my live sales, I put them on Etsy as a special order so you can pay how you want to. I'm not going to tell people, oh, you've got to use PayPal. Oh, you've got to use the Square. Here, you can do it all. You can pay for it how you want. Because that's where a lot of sellers hurt when they do live sales because they'll only take certain types of payments where Etsy takes it all. I don't have to worry about it. There's websites out there that won't do that. If you set up your shop on Wix.com, it's a freaking nightmare. Been there, done that, will never do it again. I spent 5 months loading up my books. The synopsis is like good read. Beautiful, had it all set up. And guess what? They had no friggin' shipping. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I wasted 5 months, paid over $300, and you people do not have shipping set up in your system, really? I made absolutely nothing off that website. Nothing. I had to dump it and start over. That's why I got so upset I didn't do anything for 3 months. So, once I found Etsy, it all became very easy. Like I said, I've studied a lot of websites, and Etsy makes it very easy. It's very easy to navigate and everything. So that's why I don't complain about their costs because some of them you pay hundreds and hundreds. And this is how, it's just awesome. And then you come in and you can leave um, your reviews to people and you will have like comments on quality shipping and customer service and people anything that you leave in your words goes into those categories in your Etsy. So, I like Etsy. And then, I just wish I could share. I don't understand why I can't share. Sometimes phone apps can block you, like, just to give you an example, the PayPal phone app is terrible. It does not let you send friends and family without charging the other person. Seriously. You delete the app off your phone, you go to the website, and you're able to pay people, friends and family, and you get the charge, not the person you're buying from. I kept having that issue and I couldn't figure it out. And I never had the PayPal app on my phone. Well, here I must have downloaded it. It didn't realize it was hidden. It was a hidden app. So I had to go into my settings on my phone and I had to go down into my apps and I had to scroll down this in alphabetical order. And when I saw PayPal, I was like, you got to be kidding me because the app blocks the friends and family way of paying. So I had to take it out. Yeah, Laura, I agree with that. Etsy is not forgiving. Like, you know how, like, when you search on Google and you're like, say you're trying to spell a word. Okay, say I'm trying to spell fabric and I go up to where Etsy is and I type in Let's type it in wrong. Say I put it in like this. I put in Fabric. Look how many times it comes up with different spellings. So then I'm going to click on this. This is Fabrica. And I'm like, what? A restaurant comes up. I'm like, no, that's not what I mean. And then I'll put in fabric, still spelled wrong, and I'll have clothing. And then when you go down the list, okay, it's going to make a liar out of me. It's not giving me the correct spelling. But most of the time when you do that, it does give you the correct spelling. I must have spelled something that was pretty popular. Okay, so there it is. See how I have it spelled wrong up there? And then finally it says fabric clothing brand. Etsy's not forgiving like that. It doesn't give you suggestions like Google does. So when you're trying to find something, and when I was on Wix.com, you had to pay a separate amount just for the search engine. The search engine alone, I think it was like $5.99 a month. You had to pay for that separate. It's crazy when you set up a website. That's all I have to say. Everything has its own price. It wasn't included in the package. So it was a nightmare. That was a nightmare I never want to go through again, but it was also a learning experience. So when you go to your Etsy, it doesn't give you that. You don't get that. If you type in somebody's thing wrong, it's not going to come up and give you suggestions. That's the one thing I don't like about Etsy. Is you got to know the exact spelling or you're kind of screwed. Okay, now that time, because I searched her, I hit and it came up with copy link. So now I actually have the link to her Etsy. So now I can put it in. For some reason, it wasn't giving it to me in the app. It kept freezing. But there it is. Because I try to share links as much as I can to help people get to places so they can go in and heart it for their Etsy stores. But if anybody has Etsy stores in here and you want to share, you can. Because in PayPal, Debbie, you are not covered by friends and family. If I send to you friends and family and say I mess up on your email and it goes to somebody else, you can't get your money back. Friends and family, according to PayPal, are somebody you're supposed to trust and you're supposed to know, so you can't dispute it. If you lose your money, it's gone. And how I know this is because it happened to me. I had a seller who sent me her email and asked for friends and family. Well, there was a space in her email, and I didn't know this, first time shopper. So I copied and pasted out of her email. I lost $60 because of her mistake. I went to put it in under friends and family, and I had to fight with PayPal and my bank, and there's nothing they could do because they said it's friends and family. It's not disputable, and it is in their rules. If you send to a business, any other way of paying, you can dispute and get your money back. But I lost $60. Now, as the seller, she should have said, Tammy, I'm sorry. It was my mistake because I put a space in it that shouldn't have been there. And here is your money. You get your order free. I'm not going to charge you. But no, she gave me free stuff instead. Do I think it equaled the $60 I lost? No, but I went ahead and went with it because I pay my bills. So it cost me $112 to pay for something because I still had to pay her for something that she should have reimbursed me. If I would have been the seller, I would have never done what she did. I would have said, here is your order free because that was my mistake. And that's the difference between friends and family way of paying in PayPal. If you do it that way, your money's gone. You can't get it back. And what made me mad about it, and I fought with 3 customer service people through PayPal, I go, "But you know who got it." It was some lady in Australia. And yes, I saw her email. Yes, I did mail that email, but guess what? I got a mailer demon back because she let that email expire. So that expired email transferred to her newer email. Well, once it does that, you can't even email the person to get your money back. And I said, "But you know who got it, so why can't you take it back out of their account?" Well, apparently it's illegal for them to take money out of somebody's account. So that's how I lost it. But that just gives you a heads up that when somebody asks you to send friends and family, make sure you have their email totally correct, because if you don't, you're screwed. Well, I'm not scared because there's still 3 people I pay through friends and family, and I don't have a problem with it because it's already locked into my PayPal. Because once you pay it and it goes to the right mail check, what I did was now all I have to do is put their name in and it'll pull up their real email for me to send friends and family. Because friends and family, you save money. I pay a fee like to send it, but they don't, the cost is not on them, it's on me to do it, friends and family. But I don't have a problem with that. Now, if they invoice you and you pay it, they suck up the fee. And PayPal has went up. It used to be like, I think $1.50. Now it's like 2 something, depending on how big your order is. Well, that's me too. I mean, I don't even have my Etsy's finished, but if I do an order through my Etsy and something gets lost and people report it to me, I will fix it. I do what I have to because there's a couple times I had sales. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. I mailed the wrong orders to 2 people. And so what I did to fix that situation, and I make sure it's okay with the person that it happened to, I told 2 women that it happened to, as 2 separate people. I said, If you ship it back to me, I will reimburse you. Now show me the receipt, I'll reimburse you PayPal." So they shipped it back to me, and then once they did that and I got the package back, then I went ahead and gave them free shipping for their orders. I always do something back for people who do the right thing. Now, one person, she should have shipped it media and she had her husband do it and he didn't. That was costly because when you do books and they're not media, that is a very high price for shipping because books are extremely heavy. So one time I did kind of get ripped off because her husband didn't know any better, but it is what it is. You have to tell a person to ship media when it's books because if they don't, the post office is going to charge a regular price. So I just reimbursed them their shipping and then gave them free shipping as a thank you for returning the stuff. But accidents happen. I mean, we're real people, but it's not the accidents that bothers me when people do them. What bothers me is the people who don't want to fix their wrongs and they don't apologize. And you have a lot of cocky sellers who are assholes. And when you buy from them repeatedly and you keep telling them you forgot this, and they deny it and they want to argue with you over it, that's the kind of people I refuse to buy from because you have to own it. That's just like when you shop from J.C. Penney's. All of them have if your mail gets lost, you get reimbursed. Most of the good companies are going to do the right thing. But there's a lot of people on here selling as crafters. They're assholes. And you'll find out when you shop from them. You will find out who the good sellers are and who the lousy ones are. Believe me. I've been through a few of them. That's why I don't shop with them anymore. I had one person I was buying off of. I swear to God, out of 100 orders, I got 2 that was actually correct. The rest of them were all messed up. And it wasn't even that fact. It was when I went to tell the person, you forgot this, this, and this, and I gave the list. she would argue with me over it. Well, I didn't have enough or this and I well, that's not my problem. That's your problem because you didn't count what you had. You know, you can't just leave people hanging thinking they're going to get something because I have a memo pad. And what I do is I write down everything I buy. Now, if you go to a seller and say you forgot this and they go, "Oh, my bad," and they fix it, that's a good seller. You know, but when you sit there and you show them proof and they want to argue with you, that's when you know they're a shitty seller because they shouldn't be arguing with you about it. When you're showing them right there in front of you that you should have got it. And that's what I have a problem with some people. Believe me, they get on your nerves. Yes. And it doesn't always mean the customer's always right because you can have customers that are a pain in the ass too. You know, just like I had a person come to me one time, they had bought an order off of me. Well, the shipping's more than the order. Well, what would you like me to do about that? Up the cost of what you bought? I can't help that the shipping's higher. You know, if I'm a every week seller or every other week or once a month, I would probably say if you don't like your shipping being higher, then wait till my next sale, but I don't. I'm a random seller. You might have 3 months it goes by and I don't sell. So it's very hard for me to hold on to things like that because I don't sell consistently like that. But there are sellers that sell once a week and they will say, you know, your shipping's higher. Would you like to wait? I know I've had people do that, and there's nothing wrong with that if that's what you want to do. But I cannot help it. I made the product cheaper so you could get it. I cannot control what shipping is. And I just wish some people would get their thumbs out of their asses and realize we can't do anything about shipping. The only thing I can change is the price of the product. I can't do anything about shipping. I mean, there's some people that will go pirate shipping and do the cheapest, and Etsy's actually cheaper than our that's why I do it on Etsy because I put in the weight, I pack everything as tight as I can, and not everything is great in priority boxes either. And I get tired of somebody sending me, they're charging me $13 for a priority box and they're only sticking one paper pad in it. I'm paying for air. When you can get a bubble and you can stick a 12 by 12 in there and you can ship it flatter to me and save me money, but you're too lazy to do that. I don't like sellers that do that either. I think that when you are a seller and you want to be a really good one, if you have a priority box full and it is worth the value of the person paying the shipping for that, more power to you. But if you're only stuffing a ton of paper pad and sticking a priority box because you're too lazy to buy other ways of shipping, why? Because your priority box is free. That to me is not a good seller either. I have great big bubbles. I have little bubbles. I have whatever it takes to flatten your order and you get the cheapest prices ever. If you shop through Etsy, you're paying cheaper than the post office at the counter because Etsy actually has a deal with the post office. The post office gives you cheaper rates because Etsy actually uses the post office as one of their carriers. So every time I fill out an order on Etsy, it tells me how much I save at the counter, what you save as a buyer through my Etsy. It tells me right at the bottom how much you save. Then for me to go to the post office and mail it to you and charge you. That's why I let Etsy take care of my shipping. But I don't do pirate shipping because you can do pirate shipping through Etsy, like you can do it through the other, but there's a glitch with pirate shipping through Etsy. Is something happens, I think it was something happened on the dashboard that if you cancel an order, Etsy won't take it off for some reason. There's a glitch with pirate shipping because I read about it on Google. So that's why I have never done pirate shipping through Etsy, but I do it through Etsy because to me, when you ship through Etsy, I have never had a lost order, thank God. compared to if I had to go to the post office, because the post office messes up a lot here. But with that Etsy, for some reason, when I print out that Etsy label, it's considered like insured. So they're more apt to deliver you an Etsy package than they are to mess up if it's a regular mail package. I don't know why that is, but I have had experience with that, and it's so true. So that's why I like using Etsy and their shipping labels. I have a scales and I weigh everything. I measure all the packages before I send them out, and I put everything into my Etsy so it tells me, pretty much from my zip code what it's going to charge getting to a person. Once you put your address in, it's more accurate. But I think for me, it does, like, it'll say Cincinnati, and then I'll put my address in. They'll tell me like how much it would be to ship from here to Cincinnati. Now, here to like California, of course, it's going to probably be a little bit more expensive than what it tells me. I have to have the actual address to find out exactly how much it's going to cost. But when you put in your information, it'll tell you how much. And say I'm selling like 10 different items and you come to my store and you buy 5. I already have the what it would cost for shipping, but because you just ordered 5, you're going to get a redone evaluation, because then I will put the 5 things in whatever package it fits in together, and I will redo it, and more than likely you're going to get a little bit of a reimbursement on your shipping because I'm not doing them separate. I'm doing them all together. So Etsy's giving that way, that, you know, you can go in, say you put 20 cents on an item, say you post a journal, it costs you 20 cents. Say it doesn't sell, like you got 5 months for that first 20 cents. So say you don't want to lose that 20 cents. You can either manually repay the 20 cents, or you can edit it and stick another product in there, and maybe that will sell. Like, for instance, if I'm having a live sale and say you bought off of me, chick, but then you decided you couldn't pay for an order. I mean, say something bad happened and your account got hacked or something comes up, because you do have to make leeway for people because this shit does happen. You get your account hacked and you have no money. So you come to me and you say, Tammy, oh my gosh, I have this order with you. My credit card got hacked. I've had one get hacked before, so I know what that feels like too. I can't pay that this month. Can you either hang on to it, or can you wait till I get things, or maybe I have to cancel, whatever your reason is. But say you have to cancel, and it's only been there for like 2 weeks. I can go in and edit that for another seller on my next sale, and I will not lose that 20 cents. All I have to do is put special order for the new person, put the new measurements in, the new amount of money, and voila, that 20 cents is still in my pocket. Because then that person can pick up their order. You know what I mean? Like, there's ways you can save on Etsy too. You just got to know how to manipulate the system a little bit. But that's how I do all my stuff. And you can sell out of the country. You can sell anywhere you want on Etsy, and you don't have to worry about the shipping because it figures it all for you. New Zealand. I've had buyers from Australia through my Etsy, and it'll tell them what their shipping is. And I don't have to worry about none of that. That's what I like. I just put it on there. But I've had people cancel orders on me because their shipping was higher, and I'm like, "Really? I can't do anything about that." What, Mike? So then when I came back at her, I said, "Well, what would you like me to do? Make your item cost more than your shipping?" She got pissed off at me, and I'm like, "But it's the truth. I'm not being mean. I just don't know how you expect me to fix this." So she get pissy with me, and then she just stuck me with the order. Where, if she would have came to me and said, "Well, since the shipping is higher, I don't feel that it's worth it," then fine. If you don't, I'll just resell it to somebody else, which is what ended up happening. I stuck it in another sale. But I can't help that you came You come to my sale, you only order one item. She ordered one doily that cost $1. I don't know what to say to that. So that's why a lot of sellers now are saying, if I'm selling through, if I'm invoicing you through PayPal and it costs me $1 or $2 on my side to invoice you, you've got to order at least $10 or more to make it worth my wow and my live sale. Because if you don't order $10 or more, it isn't worth for them to send you an invoice through PayPal. So then they started putting in an amount. I didn't have any amounts. My amounts are whatever you want to buy. If you want 4 quarters, 4 cards for $1, or if you want a doily for $1. And I think she thought I was going to fold it and stick it in an envelope. It doesn't work that way when you put special orders on Etsy. I cannot do that. I can't stick it in an envelope. You have to sell at a certain size envelope and up, because envelopes don't work on Etsy. You can't just stick it in a business envelope. It don't work. And I can't, since I don't invoice any other way but Etsy, how am I supposed to do that? How am I supposed to say, hey, here's an envelope, and how are they going to reimburse me for the stamp when I can't charge them through Etsy? Send 35 cents to my PayPal because I had to put a stamp on it. That's to me is ridiculous. I'm not going to sell you something in an envelope. It's got to be I think like a 6x9 is the smallest. Because if that's the case, what's the point in using Etsy? If you're going to sell everything that goes in an envelope, you might as well just use the regular mail. I don't know. It can be very complicated as a seller on here. That's all I have to say. It's not always easy for us as sellers with the stuff we put up with. These freaking spiders are ridiculous. Because even when I bought postcards off of another seller, she did the same thing. She mailed it in a 6x9 because I think that's the smallest you can mail is a 6x9, and that's what she put postcards in. And I'm sure postcards could fit in a regular size envelope, but you can't put those on Etsy at that size. I feel like some of the buyers on here test us. I feel like they test us on what we'll do for them and how far they can push us sometimes too. And that gets on my nerves. When I buy from somebody's online sale, I try to make it $10 or more. Because, look at the websites that we shop on. Usually, if you go to JCPenney's or places, what do they usually tell you? If you spend $50 or more, you get free shipping. You know what I mean? There's always an amount that you automatically have to put in there. Where that's where I feel we hurt shopping on the web compared to a brick and mortar store. Because how many times have you just popped down to your grocery store just to pick up a gallon of milk? You know what I mean? It's hard to do that when you're buying off of a web store. I can go into my local store and pick up a gallon of milk for a few bucks, and that's okay because we're not paying shipping and we're not paying for invoices. And that's where we hurt going towards the web. Because now I feel like we're forced to spend more money because of shipping and because you have to have so much to be able to get free shipping. You know what I mean? There's a big difference. That's why I hope all of our businesses don't go to the web, because that would suck. That's me too, took 'em the same way. Oh my gosh, Debbie. Well, that's just like these people on here that do these giveaways, and then they say, "Everybody's included in my giveaway, even if you didn't shop. But if you didn't shop, you have to pay the shipping for your giveaway." Okay, so let me ask you, what does the word giveaway mean to you? Doesn't it say, even when you enter a contest, there is no purchase for the giveaways? When my daughter won second place from 17 magazine one year, the only thing that me and my husband had to count, because it was over $100 worth, we had to count it towards our taxes because she was a minor. We had to just put the form that we won this prize, which didn't cost us anything. But a giveaway is a giveaway. That means no paying shipping, no paying for anything. I would never have a giveaway on my channel and say, "Oh, this is for everybody, but if you didn't buy anything, you have to pay for the shipping." Then that's not a giveaway. So how I do my giveaways, whether people like it or not, this is how I do my giveaways or my sales. You're not included unless you shop. If you shop, then you'll get your giveaway. And no, I am not going to stick it in your box. When I do giveaways on my channel, it's after you pay for your order, then your giveaway will follow, and I pay the shipping separate. That to me is a true giveaway. Because sometimes it depends on what the giveaway is. If it's a pack of stickers, oh sure, I'll put that in your box because it's not going to cost you extra shipping. But if it's a book or something heavier, no, I'm not going to charge you that, because more than likely, if I stick that in your package, it's going to cost you more shipping. And there's a lot of sellers that don't take that into consideration either. So you're basically paying the shipping for your own damn giveaway when they stick it in your box. I don't know. I just look at things differently, I guess, than some people. They might think, well, since the mail's going to them already, why not just toss it in there? I don't do it that way, though. I always send everything separate. And I remember one time, it was funny because there was a lady from Canada that won. Me and her laugh about this. Um, It cost me $7 to send her a tiny little bottle of Mod Podge because she had never had it, and we had it at the dollar store. So for me to send her a dollar size, it was like $7 or something like that. I don't know. She was like, "That's ridiculous, Tammy. You should have just stuck it." I said, "No, because it was a giveaway. And because it was a giveaway, I am going to pay the shipping." It's crazy. Oh my gosh, that's even worse. I know another friend of mine that did that. She won a really nice giveaway on one of the crafters channels. I'm not going to say any names because she's an asshole anyways, but we went at it a couple times on here, and I just don't approve of her at all. But she's popular with some people. But a friend of mine won a giveaway off her, and she never got it either. And I don't like fake people. She had went on vacation and told my friend to remind her of the giveaway when she got back from her vacation. My friend told her 2 times, and she never received her giveaway. I don't like people that do that either. Some people you just gotta watch. The only giveaway one of my people didn't receive, and it was not crafting related, this was just a random giveaway for one of my milestones. It was a makeup giveaway I did, and I felt so bad. It showed it delivered, and she never got it. So you have to watch the mailing system. She also lived in an apartment building, and she thinks that when they dropped it off, somebody stole it. Somebody took it right off her porch, which could be a possibility, or the mail person never delivered it. You got to watch the mail people too, and it was horrible because it was not cheap. She won a really nice I think it was Urban Decay palette I had that she really wanted, and I had like an Ulta size box full of makeup I sent her. That's how nice this giveaway was. It was like a 500 subscriber giveaway or something. She was off of my Instagram. And she told me, she says, I cannot believe I've been looking at all my neighbors, looking at who's wearing new makeup because that's how paranoid you get. And I showed her the tracking. But once the thing about the post office, though, unless you pay for the extra shipping, you automatically get a certain amount attached to your package. But once it's delivered, you can't get that. Like once it's delivered, it's done. I called my post office and everything and told them, and I didn't get that money back. They told me that it showed that it was delivered, so it was delivered. So there's nothing I could do. So then it made me want to make people sign for their gifts, where they have to literally sign their signature. So what happened the second time she wanted giveaway? The same girl wanted giveaway on my channel again. Thank goodness she didn't get the same stuff, but it was another thing of makeup. I made it to where she had to sign for it. And I said, so I need to know, like, are you working? What days are better for you or whatnot? Because I'm going to set this up where it has to have your signature. And she was furious because she said, I stood behind my door. I watched the mailman because I was watching the tracking. She said they came to my door and then they turned to walk away. And then they turned around again and came back because I had a signature written on it. They had no choice. She says, it's making me wonder if it was my mail person. The mailman took it because he almost left with the second package. She says, I was watching him through the door. And she says, I was going to have a fit because she even went to her post office when the first one got lost. Then I saw a bunch of news clippings of, it was trending on YouTube where there was a mailman who was taking everybody's mail and sticking it in a storage unit. Could you imagine how sucky that would have been for people with late payments? He didn't care what it was. He was taking all their mails and he got busted and arrested because that's a federal offense. And they found a whole bunch of the mail in a storage unit. He was just tossing it in there. And then there was another one. Look it up. Google it on YouTube. Mail people who were stealing mail. You would not believe what was going on. There was another one that was burning people's mail. We had a Toys for Tots collector one year. All these toys they collected for Toys for Tots, and somebody ran off with the truck and got rid of all the toys. They kept all the toys. It was awful. No, this was a while ago. This happened with us. But she says, I was mad when my mailman turned around. She said, I was going to go chase his butt down. She was so much, but she did get the second one, the giveaway. But I felt so bad that she didn't get the first one. I hate when mail gets lost. And I had it happen this year. Last year, I should say, right before Christmas, December 13th. I ordered and this is another thing is because, people say share our streams out to Facebook, and I did. I shared her stream. Anybody that lives near me could have seen that. Knew I was going to get a delivery and took it. And that's another thing. You got to be very careful things that you post on Facebook. My suggestion is never show vacations until after you come home. I had a friend who I grew up with in my parents' neighborhood. He passed away. He was a year behind me in school and he died. His parents was talking about his funeral on their Facebook page, and he lived in a different state. So they had to leave the state to go to their son's funeral because he was buried where he was living with his wife. Guess what? Somebody saw that post and robbed the hell out of their house. So it was terrible that this family was in grief. And because they didn't think and they posted, it had to have been somebody watching their Facebook to know when they were out of town. So I always tell people, be very careful, because all my packages, that was the only one that disappeared off of my porch. Somebody stole it. She showed me the whole where it was delivered. It showed up on my end. It was delivered right at my house and my address. And it was a puzzle with a ladybug in it. And it was stuff that I ordered from my grandkids. And anybody could have followed me from my Facebook because I post her links. But I didn't put the connection together until later. And if they would say, okay, Tammy's getting a delivery for our kids' toys, we're going to watch out for this and we're just going to go steal it. Well, guess what? That was the package that disappeared. I mean, I went to my post office and everything. They take pictures now of the front of your house to show that it's dropped off. It's like when I get my Amazon saying that it's been delivered, it shows literally a picture of the slab of concrete with a part of my house to show that it was delivered on my porch. And somebody took it. So you got it's sad, but I had to quit at times sharing links to people's sales on my Facebook. There's times I did it and times I didn't do it, and it's not because I didn't want to share everybody's links. It's just because I don't know who's watching, and my Sunday Fun Time mail shows the stuff that I unbag, so I have to be very careful who I show where I'm at, because you just don't know who's going to steal. You don't. And, and even if you have something like, people can come in through somebody else's book and look at your book. You know what I mean? Like your Facebook is so easy to view. Even if you block somebody, they can go on another account and they can still see your Facebook page. That's the only thing I don't like about Facebook not having better protection in that sense. But then again, you don't know who's going to rob your porch. It could be somebody and you think you could trust, but you can't. So really, there's no privacy options that can protect you from that. But every time we go to a family gathering or we go on vacation, I will not post anything about it till it's over. Then I come back with pictures and say, hey, we went to this graduation party, or hey, we went, because then people don't know when we're away from our house. And that's the best way to be when you're on Facebook. And people don't think. They don't think to do. Who would? You know what I mean? I would have never thought of it until that happened to them people above my mom and dad, because you're like, the people on my Facebook are people I went to school with, but you don't know if they're into drugs later. You don't know how some people's lives turned out. So even if they were good in school, they might not be good people now. So I just don't do it anymore. After what happened to them, my heart went out to those people. I even talked to the mom. That is just awful that you're in the middle of grieving. And I mean, they tore the shit out of their house and they left nothing. They just went in there like a freaking tornado. They threw shit around, busted up their TVs. They just didn't care. Whoever robbed them were very vicious people. And it was awful what these people had to come home to, burying their son to a house that was destroyed. And people like that, all I could say is there is a special place in hell for you. That's my thought process, because that was horrible what they had to go through. And they're the most giving people ever. They were the nicest neighbors we had growing up. My heart broke for them going through that. I can't even imagine the devastation. I hate when I see people go through that, especially good people, I hate anybody to go through it, but it was awful. Oh, that's terrible, Debbie. That's awful. Empty contain that's terrible. And you do have to watch on here too, some of the places that do, I like mystery boxes and bags because I think they're fun, but I will do them through a legit company before I will do them, like, from eBay, because sometimes you can get lucky on eBay. I did get lucky with one box, but you gotta be really careful because I saw a bigger YouTuber do a mystery box one time from eBay, and it was disgusting. Like, she literally was like, "What?" It was somebody's dirty laundry, and it was filled with nothing but dust, dirt, cobwebs. It was disgusting. And I thought, "Oh my goodness." She paid, like, I don't know, it was a large box for, like, I don't know, it was 150 or $50. It was not cheap, and it was filled with nothing but gross stuff. So, you gotta be really careful on that too. I got a mystery box off of eBay one time of makeup that was really cool. I got another one filled with ephemera that was good, and then I ordered off of this other one that was misleading. Now I overpaid for hers and hardly got anything. So that was kind of disappointing, but I did that in a live stream and people saw it, and I was not impressed with that one. So, I gave her a crappy review. I told her on Facebook, I said, "You were very misleading because it made it look like you had more stuff in it for the value, and to me, it just wasn't worth it." She stalked me. The bitch came to my Facebook page. She literally stalked me on my Facebook because when you give out your real address through eBay, they see that. And she came to my Facebook page running her mouth. I said, "I don't think so." We had it out, and I said, "You're lucky I don't turn your ass in because this is stalking." She sent me the nastiest emails telling me I had to go change my review. I said, "No, I'm not changing my review because your shit sucked." And she didn't like it. So I took a picture and I print screen her face. She was threatening to take me to a lawyer for defamation. And you know what I told her? That's not defamation. You don't even know the damn meaning of defamation. Defamation is somebody who puts something bad against your name, not a shitty product coming in a mystery box. I mean, hello. So we got into it and I blocked her and I said, "And you are not supposed to abuse my address. You came to my Facebook page by using my real name through eBay." And I said, "And I can tell you right now, I went into eBay to file against her and I couldn't file a claim against her because eBay didn't have anything against their sellers." So I left my shitty review and I said, "You go ahead and you bring your lawyers after me, you ignorant bitch, because I have a lawyer on retainer." Not for that, for something else, but she was awful. You should have seen the emails between the two of us. I was like, "I don't think so." "Hey, Kyle." I'm doing good. I don't put up nobody's shit. I don't care who they are. And then finally she left me alone. But I also saw her on a group on Facebook. She's in with an eBay buyer group. I would never buy anything off of her ever again. And you don't see her name. All you see is the eBay seller name. Like, but I didn't know her information until she stalked me. Now I have her real name because she came at me through Facebook and she was a seller out of Ohio. But eBay doesn't give you the seller's real name, but they show your name. Like Etsy, when you buy from my store, it'll show me your name and address because I'm printing out literally a label to put on your package. Even though my Etsy store is not my name. You know what I mean? Like Lisa, she has her name there under Lisa Jameson, and that's her channel on YouTube. But her name of her store is Recycle Reuse. You know what I mean? Like that's what eBay does is they have names made up and you never see the seller's name. I didn't even know that she was on my Facebook until she threatened me. I didn't allow her on as a friend. She came as, you know how when you go on your Facebook and it shows who tries to add you and whether you can approve them or not. I never had approved her because I didn't know who she was. So I just let her sit there, but she saw everything I was doing. She was wicked, and I had to hurry up and delete her. I'm like, "What kind of an eBay seller are you that you stalk people's Facebook pages? You are creepy." So that was the end of that. After I threatened her, she went away. I said, "You go right ahead. You bring it to my house. You see what you get." And then she finally left me alone. But I kept her emails where she harassed me. I kept the print screen of her page, and I was waiting. So I told my husband, "We'll go right up the street to my lawyer because I won't put up with it." But I tried to thank you, Kyle. I tried to just tell people be careful who you shop off of too, even on eBay when you leave reviews, because I guess some people don't like bad reviews, but some people deserve them when they're not nice. And she was not nice. So you got to be careful on the web at period at times. But I like Arlene's little people. I think these are so cute. But I appreciate each crafter for what they bring to the table. I think Christy Brittleson is her name. She makes these. I found a lot of creators through the Defy. I go to Carhart's channel and I go to the Defy Auctions, which is a foundation that supplies art supplies to people who can't afford them. They're living below a certain income. And I met a lot of good crafters through Defy. Let me get Care's channel. If you don't know what Defy is, it's a place where people make things and they could donate it to her and they sell them in auctions and all the money goes to buy art supplies for people. And that's Care's channel and all the information's on there. The link to Defy, it's a nonprofit. It's Disabled Artists Foundation. Let me get the link up here. This is one of the things that I love to attend. And what the people do is they have to prove, of course, through bills or whatever, their income level. And then they write in the, hold on, Kyle, you're not blue, so I have to do it. Just give me a second. So what happens is they go in and they'll say, like, I'm into pottery or whatever, and they give all of, what they're into. And then once a month, they get a bag full of stuff free, and the auctions help raise money for it. And that's what the whole program's about. And Care, she's an amazing person. So even if you have things you want to de-stash, instead of donating them to the Goodwill, you can mail them to her and she will put them in an auction and all the money. There's Kyle's channel, if anybody wants to check out his channel. And the links don't work, Kyle, unless you have a wrench. So like I did something that inspired me. I made a bunch of hearts and I put Care's picture on them with a saying she had to give to the people that bought them, and they could put it on their Christmas tree or whatever. And I made 150 of them and donated them, and then she can sell them and people buy whatever you pay for at the auction. All that money goes into the free shipping for the artist and buying their products. You're welcome, Kyle. But I met some great people through Defy. I mean, you're going to find people that you don't like that helps the Defy, but The crafting community, there's a lot of people that don't like each other. And there's some people that do. And I just think that, once you weed out who you like and who you don't like, there's some people that go to Defy that I don't care for. And there's some people that I do like. But when I'm in the Defy auction, I'm not thinking about the crafters I don't like. When I go to the Defy auction, I think about the hardest because they're the ones that need the money. They're the ones that need the crafts. They're the ones that's down on their luck. And that's how I look at it. This is an auction for people who need things that lift them up. And that's how I look at it. Because I know some people are like, I don't go to the Defy auctions because, their crafters don't follow my channel. Really? Are you really going to be that bad? I'm telling you. Are you really going to ignore people who need a lift in life because you don't like a crafter at the auction? Just don't talk to them. Go to the auction to help the people there. Don't pay attention to the ones you don't like. I'm not there for them. I'm there for the people that need it. That's the same thing as saying you're not going to donate to Goodwill because there's somebody there that works there that you don't like. You know how stupid that sounds? I'm not going to take it out on the homeless or people who are low income because I don't like somebody that works there. It just sounds dumb. Sorry, I got a snaggy fingernail. I had to bite it off. All right. Yeah. Give me a minute. I had to kill a spider and I got another one down here. All I can say is spiders like books. I hate having a snag nail. But I don't know what it is about down here, but every time I come down here I see a spider. We get these long ones that they have these real long legs with itty bitty bodies. And then last night I killed a big black one up in my living room. We need to get an exterminator in here. I think I've got spiders multiplying. Yeah, that's how I feel too, Debbie. Some I like, some I don't. You meet some crazy people on here for sure. They even had one girl on Facebook. I have no clue who this person is, but she was joining all the crafting ones and they had to whenever they have the swaps, they had swaps where you would go in and you would swap partners. She would get all the swaps and wouldn't send anything back. She was a troll that used to enter all the Facebook pages to get stuff. And they had to block her. People, they're just so bad on here. Yeah, that's me too. Sometimes Goodwill prices are high. But yeah, I don't look at it that way though. I go to the Defy auction because I enjoy it. I really do. I enjoy going there and spending time. I've got to know some of the hardest who receive the products, and they are really great people to talk to. And they will tell you that they're treated fairly. I had people try to run down that program saying they weren't getting this and the crafters were keeping the best price. That's a crock of shit. It's just people that are jealous. Because when I've talked to the hardest themselves, they themselves had told me that that's not true, that they get a lot of products. One even told me that she was getting so much, she had to tell Care not to send so much because her apartment was only so big. And she said, "Is it okay if I just pick out some stuff that I want and maybe send it to another artist?" And see, and they do that too. I had was in a sale one night, and one of the artists I know that needed some products, I want, got a bunch of stuff on this D-stash sale, and the paper trimmers, and I sent them to her. And her disability, she couldn't use the trimmer very well. She says, "But I know another artist that can use this, Tammy." She says, "Do you care if I send it?" I said, "Listen, once it's yours, you can do whatever you want with it." I said, "If you want to share it with another artist, more power to you." I said, "That stuff does not bother me whatsoever." So, I said, "I got it for you because I knew that you were looking for certain things. And if you can't use it and you know another artist that can, I'm all for it." So she was like, "Thank you." But I'll do that. You know what I mean? If I see somebody that needs something, I'll help them. But I think it's crazy. I'm like, somebody said that that person must have been jealous. I said, "Well, how can you possibly be jealous of a foundation that helps people in need? How can you be jealous of that?" To me, that just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I can't wrap my brain around people like that. You know what I mean? I'm like, why? Anytime people get help, it should make a person feel happy and make them feel that other people are blessed by this stuff. But you wouldn't believe the people that run their mouth about this foundation, and it just pisses me off because they're idiots to be running their mouth about low income disabled people. Makes no sense to me whatsoever. I will never understand it. Not in a million years. That's what I think too, chick. I do too. It's just like, what, you can't handle other people getting happiness? I I think it's great when I see somebody, who is struggling and good things happen to them. I think it's awesome to see. That's just like, what was I watching last night? Or no, it was early this morning. I got my days and nights mixed up. I was watching this I don't know if it's in my, let me see if it's in my saved. I fell asleep watching it. But this was so, oh, here it is. Oh, you guys want to see something. This was so good to watch. This is called Fox 11 Los Angeles. It's Los Angeles, City of the Homeless. I got to watching this and I was, wow. And I hate when people stereotype too, because not everybody that's homeless is on drugs. This is a really good video to watch, and it really covers a lot. When you're watching from beginning to end, it's long, but it is a must see. If you ever get the chance and you're doing laundry or something, it's like an hour, 7 minutes, and 51 seconds long, and it is just good. It covers the vicious cycle of the homeless and how it starts. Just really good and educational. and I was watching it, and I got through most of it, and then I fell asleep and then my phone died. So I had to recharge my phone. I had to go back and watch the last, I think, 30 minutes of it that I missed. But it was just really good. How politics plays into it and everything. It's an amazing video. So much truth to it too. I do that too, Chick. I do that too. That's so funny. But I try to share, and if anybody ever has any good channels you think that are fun to watch and things like that, please feel free to let me know. I'm always game for suggestions because I like watching new channels, and YouTube is so big that I know there's probably a lot of content creators out there I haven't even begun to know yet. My goal when I came on here was 50 people. I didn't have a goal. Mine was about advertising. The only time I ever watched YouTube is when I was learning how to do something or music. And when I came here to YouTube, I didn't even know the common user could have a channel. I actually was on Facebook looking up business stuff because I was trying to figure out advertising for my used bookstore. So I came here and I thought, I wasn't even thinking about YouTube being global. I thought if I could just get 50 people close to me in West Virginia, because I kept looking up channels in West Virginia. That's what I kept looking for on my search in YouTube. And I thought if I could get 50 people to even know my stores here, then that's customers. That's how I looked at YouTube when I first came here. I never realized it was what was going to happen happened. So my goal was 50 people. I told my husband is if I could just get 50 people, because advertising is rough. Because it's not like you can go around and leave flyers on people's cars anymore. My luck, I'd set off all their alarms. So that was my goal. And then somebody said, well, why don't you just start a channel? I'm like, what are you talking about? Start a channel. And that's how it happened. So then it just kept growing. And I was like, yes, YouTube will not let you pass 2,000 until your channel starts growing. And I showed it. If you type in Google, see, the thing is when people see, okay, this is an example. You see millions of people following people. Yes, I'm in West Virginia, but you don't realize you have a cutoff. So when you type in here, look, how many people can I follow on Instagram before I get cut off? When I log that in Google, look, this did happen to me. I kept getting errors and I couldn't figure out why. Instagram does not allow anyone to follow more than 7,500 people. People don't think to ask this question. You can have an amount follow you, but you can't follow a certain amount. So when you type that into YouTube, now there's no give and take on Instagram. Once you follow 7,500 people on Instagram, you're done. There's no giving on Instagram. Now, when I changed that word from Instagram to YouTube, because I kept getting a 40 something error on YouTube when I hit 2,000 people that I was subscribed to. Not to me, me to them. YouTube kept giving me an error. So this is what you get. What is the limit number of subscribers on YouTube? This is in black and white, people. Let me get it up here. YouTube subscription limits. In general, you can subscribe to a maximum of 2,000 channels, but your subscription limit grows as your YouTube channel grows. So, until 2,000 or more follow you back, when you get to where you're following 2,000, YouTube won't let you subscribe to any more channels. You'll get a pop-up that says a 40 something. And that means until these people follow you back, you can't grow anymore. They stop you at 2,000 because it happened to me. And I was like, what the heck? Because I was following everybody. So once your channel starts growing and you start seeing your channel get past 2,000 subscribers, then you can continue to grow on YouTube past 2,000. But their recommendation is that you unsubscribe from people that have empty accounts or whatever so that you can continue. And I don't think a lot of YouTubers know this. So they'll go to subscribe to channels and they're like, why am I getting this error? And why isn't YouTube allowing me to subscribe? Because it doesn't tell you. You just get an error and it won't let you subscribe to any more channels. But it doesn't tell you why. So when I Googled this, I was like, okay, now it makes sense because they have to follow you back. So then this is what happens. Say you're in a networking stream. People start unsubscribing from your channel because you can't subscribe anymore. And they're thinking, well, I can cut this person off because they're not really my close network yet. So that's how you get people subscribing to you and unsubscribing. It's not a YouTube purge. People can kid themselves all they want. There is a YouTube purge. They do try to purge bots and stuff off of here. That only hits once in a year that I've ever seen. But I went to a networking stream here the other night and I had gained a whole bunch of subscribers. The next day they were gone. So somebody said something about it being a purge. I said, that is not a purge. Those people unsubscribed from my channel. That is not a purge. They had subscribed and then unsubscribed because whoever was doing the networking, they were trying to please that person. You know, okay, yeah, we're going to go ahead and subscribe because you're running a networking stream. They were only doing it to kiss butt. And then as soon as you left, they were unsubscribing. When I do networking, that's why I say, go to the channel, check out their content. Don't just add anybody. Check out their channel. If you like them, go comment under their video, because the true way of networking is actually going in and watching their videos, leaving a comment about their content, not just adding. You know what I mean? And if you like them, you stay. If you don't, you don't. But I had 20 subscribers and the next day all 20 were gone. So I told the person who was running the networking stream, I told him, I went right into his comments. I said, everybody that you had subscribed to my channel last night, they just unsubbed. So he must have had a talk with them, because the next night I went in, they were all back. And how you know is you go to your YouTube studio, go to your subscription list, and it'll tell you. None of those people were on that list. The only person who had subscribed was the networker himself. His name was there, but all the people in his stream were not there. And that's how I knew that they unsubscribed. I'm not an idiot. I do my homework. And I check. So when they're not showing, that's another reason why I don't like it when people have their stuff set to privacy, because you can't see that they're there. So it makes you think they left. So it's really hard to tell subscribers and unsubscribers if they all have their stuff set to private, you don't know that they left or if they're still there. I'd rather everybody show. So some people on here will not stay subscribed to people if they have privacy settings. They will unfollow them because they say, hey, if you don't show up on my channel, then I'm not staying on your channel because I want to see who's subscribed to my channel. And some people will leave the people with privacy settings for that reason. Unless it's someone you can trust. You know, like I know Bonnie and we are friends. And I know even though her settings to private, I know she's on my channel because we talk all the time and I trust her. I believe she's still there. But for people that you don't know, it's harder to accept the privacy settings because you don't know if they're lying or not. Oh, I do. You go into your YouTube studio on your computer and it shows me who my subscribers are. I can't see them on my phone. I can only do it through a computer. I go up to my studio. Wait a minute. I go up underneath my picture and I click your channel and it says YouTube switch account. I go to my channel. Then once that pops up, so wait a minute here. No, wrong. Ignore that. YouTube Studio, I mean. You go under your little picture up in the right-hand corner and you go to YouTube Studio. Once you click that open, you will see your dashboard. It says channel dashboard. It says your channel analytics. You scroll down, clear to the bottom. It has published videos, latest comments, and then you have recent subscribers. So you click see all under that. And they have the last 90 days and there's a little drop down. You can look at them the last 7 days, the last 28 days, the last 90 days, the last 365 days, or lifetime, which is the whole time you've had your channel. Then once you open that up, like I'm doing the last 90 days, it shows me everybody that's subscribed to my channel the last 90 days. Or you could go the last 365 days, whatever you want to do. Most of the time I'll click on lifetime, but if it's just like I've been in a stream, I'll leave it the last 90 days and I'll look through the people that added me, and that's how I can tell who is there. So somebody added me and left because as of last night, I was in a new networking stream. So all of those people left again. Because as of last night, I had 2,708 people. Now I'm down to 2,699. So all those extra people unsubscribed again. That's why people don't trust networking streams, because they leave. So I go back to the stream that I just networked in. And what I do is I'll look and see who I subscribe to in their stream. And then I unsubscribe from them people because they just used me last night for a number. But you got to really pay attention to these network streams because you don't know who's really networking and who isn't. Some you go into, they're doing a fantastic job, and some you get into, they're just terrible. So, yes, I'm subscribed to you. You have 18 subscribers, Deb. I always subscribe to people who subscribe to my channel. Laura's, yeah, Laura's, you're on private. Because when you go to Laura, see how I was telling you earlier, when you go to Laura's channel, you click on channels, there's nobody there. She's on privacy settings. That's another way I check people too, is I will go into their channels to see if my name is in there to see if they're still subscribed to me. And that's how I can tell if they are or not, as long as their lists aren't set to private. But my list isn't set to private. I don't believe in privacy settings. So if you go to mine, you click on Tammy's Passions, you scroll over to where it says channels, and you will see everybody unsubscribed to. Because I want people to see my subscriber list. Yeah, but that to me doesn't make any sense, Laura. I mean, this is just my preference. If you're on Facebook, I can understand why people have privacy settings because you're sharing pictures of people, but YouTube is like a channel. You know, it's like a show. It's like watching TV. You don't see TV channels blocking or setting things to privacy. To me, YouTube is global and it should show. I don't believe in the privacy settings on YouTube and I never will. People should see who's subscribed to them and who isn't. And I feel like when people, this is just people who have networking streams or they have bigger channels and they don't want people to know who they're following. I feel like they hide behind the privacy settings because they don't want you to know they're not following you because they want your number. Because I have seen people do that. That's why I don't believe in um I just don't believe in the privacy settings for that reason. That's just me. Because I think if people want to know if you're subscribed to them, they have the right to do that, and that's the only way to do it. That's the only way they can technically check. Now, Vidually has an app you can pay $30 a month for that you can tell who subscribes and unsubscribes from your channel. Yes, yours is on private too, Deb. If you're not following anybody, it's not showing. If you go to Deb's channels up here, hers is empty too. But see, that's me with giveaways. If a person has their stuff to privacy and I don't see them in my subscriber list, and if you set it to private, you won't show up on my subscribers. I won't allow them to enter the giveaways. People have to show on my subscriber list to enter my giveaways. Let me see here. Like, for example, Texas Sparkle. Let's go to Viv's channel. Okay, we'll click on Viv's channel. We'll go to her channels. See, hers is privacy settings too. Let's go to adventures. This is one of the notifications I got. Go over to his channels and you can see them all. So his is not privacy setting. And then go to Ron Gaming Videos. This is another channel I follow. You go to his, scroll over past community, go to channels, and he only shows one. Sometimes people will put their top up here and like set the rest to private. They'll only show their own channels. I don't know how they manipulate all this. I've just never done it. So this is how I do it. But if you go to my channel and say you're like, okay, I want to check out some of Tammy's friends because she networks. You click on my channel, scroll over to where it says channels, and you click on it, and then you can go check out some of the people I follow. And sometimes it's cool because if I can't remember a channel and I know somebody has their subscription open, I can go into their channel, say, oh God, that's where they're at, and find them. So it can be helpful too. No, I'm not saying a person has to put it off of private. If you want your privacy settings private, that's your channel. You do what you want. I'm just saying when I have a giveaway and that person isn't showing as a subscriber, they cannot enter my giveaways because I don't allow the privacy setting people to enter. The only way they can enter is if they show their channel through the drawing. Like say I do a layout and say I'm having a giveaway, okay? And I'll have the rules and I'll put if you don't show as a subscriber, then you can't enter. Well, then sometimes the people will show because as soon as you take off the privacy settings and you show, it shows that you've been a part of my channel. And the reason why I'm saying this is not to be picky or mean. It's just sometimes if you put a giveaway in your title, you have like 50 people join your channel, excuse me, just for the giveaway. So I can go down through my subscribers and I can look. And if I see a person just joined, say within the last few days, they're not welcome in it because they only joined for the giveaway. This is how the bigger YouTubers determine who's joining their channels just for giveaways and who actually is a part of them, because they'll say people with privacy settings show, because even though say Laura's on privacy and she joined my channel in like 2000, just for an example, and as long as she shows that subscription, it's going to tell me what year she joined. So then I know she's been here the whole time. So yeah, she's more than welcome to join in. But I'm not going to let the people who just joined for the giveaway. I'll say, well, if you want to be in the next giveaway, then you have to stay subscribed to my channel to get into the next giveaway. Because there's a lot of bigger YouTubers, they use certain techniques where they can tell who has just joined for the giveaway, because sometimes people join for the giveaway and then as soon as the giveaway is over, they unsubscribe from your channel and leave. Well, that's how some of the bigger ones that's in the millions and stuff will say. I know, like, I don't know, this one girl, she did like 13 giveaways on her channel. I'm talking like $1,000 worth of makeup 13 times. She's a bigger YouTuber. She's got the money to do it. And she uses some kind of thing where you have to sign up for it. And she knows, she can tell through her program if you just join for the giveaway or not. And she will not accept those people. She only accepts the people who've been on her channel for a period of time. And I don't blame her. And they'll say, and if you unjoin, you will be blocked from future giveaways. And that's how they handle to where they actually can give back to their real community over people just wanting giveaways. But there's people out there, they're greedy, I'm telling you. Greedy people. But that's how you roll with your giveaways and stuff. And I don't know. Good night, Kyle. You have a nice evening. But there's always a lesson here on YouTube. You know what I mean? They're always, it's just always something different, you know? I have no clue, Laura. I've never set my settings to privacy, so I don't know how to do any of that. Debbie, I don't see anybody under your channels. Your channel's empty, woman. You have 18 subscribers. You have no videos. You have no playlists. You have no channels. And you've been on here since March 15th, 2021. That's all I see. On Debbie's. That's all I see on her channel. I don't know. I don't know anything about them. But anyways, I've got to go. My hubby had dinner ready. Like, it's probably cold by now. I got to go and spend some time with my hubby before he goes to bed because he misses me picking on him before he leaves, I'm sure. But I want to thank everybody for coming, and you all can check out your settings. And I don't know anything about any of that stuff. I just know my stuff is always shown. I don't care who knows who I follow. But you have a good evening, everybody. And I hope I will see you all soon. And hopefully next time I'll have something better to work on. Good night.